Hello, good morning, happy Monday. How are all you doing today? Hopefully pretty good. Hopefully you had a good weekend and a good week last week. Let's see. My homework over the last week was to set up the payment link, set up the description, set up everything else so that the Docker course could be released. And I did it. I was able to actually do that. So I did, in fact, end up using ChatGPT for some of the descriptions and then just wrote some of the descriptions myself. But if you wanted to come and take a look at it, this is what it looks like now. So we have a list of all of these descriptions in here. I did find also one of out of order thing. I had the Docker Engine security after the thanks for taking the course, which is interesting. An interesting idea, but okay. I have a way to in the database reorder them, so I just sort of flipped their order. So that was pretty good. And then it is possible to purchase it now, and I did a couple test purchases last night just to make sure that it was working. So that's good. So supposedly everything is up and working right now. If you go to it and you're logged in, the purchase link is live, and if you purchase it, it will then you can just go back, refresh, and you're good to go. You can at that point take the course. So that's really exciting. So let's see. I think that's pretty much everything about this. Now there's some other things about like deployment type stuff. Like I don't have a trailer for the course, so that's something I want to try to record today, is maybe get a trailer for this. And then after that, I want to maybe do some figure out what my social media strategy is going to be. I'm not very good at like marketing and sharing out what I built. So that's always something I'm working on and trying. Well, I guess it's actually always something I'm usually avoiding to work on. And then every once in a while I build something. I was like, okay, I should probably go onto social media and share this. So that's going to be at least figuring out what that's going to be today. And then we get to figure out what's next, at least for the Monday slot, because that's going to be fun too. And I have something that may or may not be coming up for I guess like it's for Brooks Builds, but it would not be a stream thing, which may or may not take up a bunch of time. It's really sort of like hard to tell exactly what it is now because it's super in early stages, but it could happen like as soon as May. It might be later than that. It's one of those things where it's like, ooh, okay, this will be interesting. So that also makes me hesitant to start like a really big project that I really care about. So I think the plan is going to be Mondays are going to be sort of like miscellaneous days. Maybe there's a project I work on, maybe not. Tuesdays I want to keep as LMS, or it's like sort of like course days. So I'm not going to begin creating a new course right now. I think I'm going to continue working on updating the LMS and making it better. And then Wednesday we're continuing to play Shenzhen IO until either I get completely blocked on it, or we finish as much of the game as we can. So we'll see how that is going. It's a little bit hard to tell because I never actually looked up how many puzzles there are in a game. So it's sort of one of those like, are we halfway through? Are we 3/4 of the way through? Are we like just still scratching the surface? I don't know. All right. So with that all being said and done, let's oh, and then I guess like the other thing is I need to create a new channel in Discord for the course, don't I? Yeah, because I have course beta testing, which is, oh no, I do have introduction to Docker. Who is in here? Nobody's in here. Okay, so I need to add in everybody else. So Yeah, beta tester, introduction to Docker. Oh, I need to create a role for this channel. Okay. It's another thing that I'm not really great at is the entire managing a Discord server. Okay, so create role. This one's going to be called intro to Docker. Okay, save that. Okay, permissions I think is fine. Okay, add intro to Docker role. Go back into here, and then I add everybody to have that role. So you get intro to Docker. Okay, so I should see what 3, 4 people in there right away. Yeah, I do. Okay, perfect. Plus me, obviously. All right, so it is one thing that if you do choose to purchase it, please put in your Discord username so that I can add that role to you. I don't have any automated system to add that yet. It's in a backlog of things to work on for the LMS to create a Discord bot and have that, well, do its thing, which would be nice, but I haven't set that up yet. Which is gonna be all the stuff. All right, so I guess the next thing would be the introduction. So what do I want to say for this? Let's Helix a, what is it called? It's trailer. Okay, so from what I understand, when you're doing any kind of like sales pitch type thing, there's a few different parts to it that we then want to put into this this trailer. I want to put just let's see if I remember correctly. We have this scope. We have the, oh, I actually have it written down over here. Hold on, let me find it over here. Okay, we have the scope. We have the features, benefits. We have the differentiation, and we have price. The order doesn't necessarily matter because we can play fast and loose with the order here, but the scope idea is just like what is the thing? It's like what is it that you're getting? Features and benefits are like, what are the outcomes? What do you expect to get out of it? So like based upon these, what are you getting out? This is also best to be a story to try to be more, to try to hit in the more emotional side as opposed to the just like, these are like usually just pure facts. Like here's what you're getting. And then here's a story about how awesome your life is going to be after you take this course. Like you're going to be the best member of your team. You're going to get, 10 different either 10 offers to companies or 10 different promotions all in 1 month. Who knows what we want to say. We want to say something that like makes you feel what you're going to get. Like how are you going to feel when you get it? And then differentiation is why me? Like why this course, why my LMS, why do this for me, why join my community, that kind of stuff. And then obviously price is pretty simple. That is that. So what is our scope? So our scope is introductory. So this is an introductory course. No Docker experience needed. Windows, Mac, Linux are okay. The focus is primarily on developing with Docker, so like using and developing. I guess like okay, so I guess that the other thing that we can get from this is like what the LMS looks like too. So you have access, like, so how many articles here? I guess 35 articles minus this one because it's like a thank you, and maybe not this one. It's like, let's say 33 articles. Okay, 33 articles, each with their own video. We have optional access to I guess like the Brooks Builds community. And then sort of like a part of that would be the sort of like a private Discord channel. So I guess that's here. Let's see. You have a license to use, like you'll access, okay, so you'll keep access to the course as long, like in perpetuity or whatever. Perpetuity. I don't think I spelled that right, but I think it doesn't matter for this because I'm not showing this on the screen. Okay, that might be it. Features, benefits. All right, so this is more story time. What do we get out of this? Like what's the point? Like why do we want to take something like this? So Docker, I guess this is also where like what we might call like a problem statement, right? Like what's we have to solve, there's a problem that we have, what is it, and then why is this a solution to that? So you can have like a problem. A problem commonly might be working on a team. Everyone has different what is it called? Not environment. Everyone has a different environment. And so that might look like So example, a Node.js scope. My guess is a lot of people coming here will have Node.js, but I might be wrong. So based upon that, Node.js is like different node versions. Oh, we could just say different language versions. So different versions of a language, different versions of I guess like different let's say we're like vastly different environment than production, with like production is often is Linux, and then we have like Mac, Windows, and other flavors of Linux. Which of course also means like libraries are different, but that's going to be part of the operating system. We have different versions of database. Each like multiple projects, each with at the best it's like slightly different versions of all of the above. Okay, solution. So, okay, that's our problem, right? Our problem is that everybody's working on, like, when you're working on a team. Now, I guess, like, I should probably handle, like, is this only for teams? Like, can this help you with solo, right? So we can have, like, just multiple projects on the same system. Each needs vastly different technology. There are some tools. Oh, I guess like I could mention at that point, there are some tools to sort of handle that. Like Rust makes it so that you can choose different versions of the language fairly easily. Node has like NVM and a few other different tools to help with that. But then as soon as we start getting into Python or Java or Ruby, like I guess there is a RVM. So Ruby is kind of sort of, but Ruby also doesn't store their packages locally to the project in like a node modules or in the target directly, like Node and Rust does. It's centralized to your home directory, which means that if you need like slightly different versions of it, there is a possibility that you're going to not be using what you expect to be using because it's not isolated, and that's a problem. Okay, so each needs vastly different technology. Switching between them is I just like a pain. And then also it's really easy to forget to switch. Oh, also like we just don't necessarily want to pollute our system with like just 15 databases. Let's see. We also do we really want to pollute our system with many tools? Okay, so I think that works. Solution. Okay, well, the solution to both of these is pretty much the same thing, which is we can use Docker. We can use Docker to create a lightweight weight. It's not really, I don't want to use the word sandbox because that means something very specific, and it's not really a sandbox. It's not like a wrapper. I guess environment is probably the best thing. So environment to, oh, what if I use like the root of the word container to contain, how about like we can use Docker to create. I guess we could just say we can use Docker to create containers that will contain, I don't necessarily like that. That will contain the environment, the custom environment for each project. These environments can be easily shared between team members, clients, I guess like end clients. We can even test multiple versions of different tools and libraries without risking what am I risking? When we test that stuff, if we like upgrade the database on our system and it breaks the thing, we're kind of like, we have to do like a lot of work to do that. So we can quickly and safely test multiple versions of different tools and libraries. Oh, and also, like, I guess the final thing is we can make the development environment look similar to production, or at least we can make it look as similar as we can to production. Okay, I like that. Differentiation. Okay, so why me? All right, it's been a while since I feel like I calculate this like once per year, and I keep on like I don't keep the tally up to date. So I really started professionally in 2004. I started working like, might have been, let's see, so 2006 was when I got my first sysadmin job where I got paid a decent amount. But I did work like as an intern before that a little bit, like 2005 or so. So if we choose, although technically I was working, like even then before I had two internships while I was doing school stuff. So let's say 2004 is the beginning of that. So 2004 to now, is it really 2024? I have 20 years of experience. Okay. Brooks has 20 years of IT experience. I guess like we could do so, including So I did 8 years systems administration at NASA. We did, let's see, 3 years teaching software engineering. At a code school, and then I guess like the rest of that is doing like web development and then other software engineering, because like these days web development and just software engineering are kind of overlapping really heavily. All right, so 8, so that's 11. So if I'm doing a 20, so that'd be 9 years. 9 years teaching, 9 years being like a software engineer. So professional, so this would be professional experience as a software engineer. Do I want to, I guess like the other thing is, let's see, the LMS. So LMS was created by Scratch, live on stream. I guess that's another thing is I can do, probably should mention like I do live streaming too. So live streams, programming, learning, and creating courses and teaching. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. We switched like a week or 2 ago. We switched over the ads to play for, instead of 3 minutes, 1.5 minutes every half an hour, as opposed to 3 minutes every hour. So that is going to begin in around 30 seconds. So I guess a heads up for that. Okay, so live streams, programming, and let's see. We also have like a courses like, has created. So created. All right, so how many courses have I created? I've created a course for, I actually created an introduction to Docker for systems administrators course, and I'm trying to remember what the name of the company was that I did that for. That was a commission project that I did. And I don't remember. It was quite a few years ago now. Okay, so I created that one, plus then we have the ECS system deployment, UAXM. I guess like I don't count this one as part of that, so I've created 5 courses. So created 5 online courses. Okay, so I've created 5 online courses. Oh, SQLX 6. Created 6 online courses. Emos was so then the purpose for this is because I control it. I okay, it's like the focus is on teaching, not on selling. We have a community, so we have a Discord community that I've sort of been building, and which is all of you who are watching. So thank you for that and being here. You are all awesome too. Let's see, and the price. So the price is going to be 20 USD. You can pay in your local currency. Oh, and then what was the other thing? Oh, we're using Stripe. So using Stripe. So I don't. So Brooks doesn't have your credit card. Okay. I mean, that's a rough sort of like overview of all these things. I don't know if I want to create like a script for this, or if I just wing it, which is usually what I'm very good at. It's just wing it. What could possibly go wrong? This is a lot of things to go over there, though. I kind of want to blend. Okay, so when I do the thing, I kind of want to blend the scope and the features together. So that story time along with like, oh yeah, this is what you're going to get. And some of that could be visual too, where I put that into the into the video. I can like switch to the thing, like do like a screenshot or something of the actual LMS. Maybe we do want to maybe I do want to start with this. Like, okay, we start with a problem, and it's like, hey, you know, I've noticed that we developers tend to fall into like one of two camps. Either we're working on a team and then go over all this, or we're solo, or we're both, and we're both working on a team and we have our own projects, and maybe we're even doing a little bit of moonlighting and working for somebody else for, for an actual project. Okay, and then we go over like, okay, well, this is what you're gonna get. Now I kind of wonder, I'm curious now. Can I see how long the videos are? Sort of. Okay, so that includes, okay, unfortunately that I created like multiple things. So okay, so I do that. Okay, oh, I can also do visibility unlisted. There we go. Okay, 28 videos. Oh, so that together doesn't actually show me like how long these all are. Like there's nothing where it's like, hey, you've selected X number of minutes of the course. Okay, so if I do almost course videos, take me to oh, and unfortunately doesn't that doesn't show it to me either. Oh, well, that's too bad. All right, let's do a little bit of math. So if I do Docker course, visibility, unlisted. Why can't you find anything? Oh, because you're looking at live. Okay, so looking at these, we have I don't know why I'm on scientific. I don't need to be on scientific. All right, so 10 dot 25. I'm gonna round down to the nearest quarter of a minute. This is plus 52.25. 10. Okay, so together we have 231.25 minutes. To get that to hours, I divide by 60. So that gets me 3.8. So we have over 3.5 hours of, I guess, like over 3.8. Let's round that down to the 3.5. Over 3.5 hours worth of video content along with the articles. Trensk, hello. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I could do something like that. 33 articles, over 3.5 hours of videos, access. Okay, so I think we're good there. You're fine chilling and coding until eclipse time. Oh, I forgot that the eclipse was today. I'm not in the full eclipse area. I know some people that are traveling to go to it right now. But yeah, it's gonna be, this is gonna be the last total eclipse here in a long time, isn't it? Yeah, I don't even have the glasses, so I don't feel comfortable like even going outside, but I am looking forward to like looking at all the shadows, because it's always really fun to see the shadows during eclipse time. Okay, so we have you, you're good to go. Okay, so then I can show off some of these. Oh, you got lucky this time. You're right under it. And yeah, the next one is 2044, which, yeah, it's because I do remember it's like there is an eclipse pretty often, relatively speaking, but it's like rarely where we can get to. It's the ones we can get to where we can actually like see it. That's why they get so rare. But nice. Yeah, I remember there was a full eclipse of the sun 10 years ago or so, and I was right under that one, and that was great. I really like that one. We went full out. We got all the glasses. I was teaching at the time, so we the entire classroom, we just went up and watched it on the balcony of the building that we were at, which was really awesome. If you want a safe way to look, oh, I don't have any of those. Well, yeah, look at the shadow. I do enjoy looking at the shadows for those type of things. Those are a lot of fun, because like when you see the multiple shadows, and they get like weird from like trees and just like everything else. It's that to me is a lot of fun to look at, because that's like, you don't get to see that very often. Same way as like the eclipse, right? All right, should I do a full scripty? I don't know. I haven't really done much of this before, so we can learn together and play around with this. Let's see. I'm thinking about starting with the problem for something like this. Natural pinhole camera. Yeah, it kind of is, right? Because like the entire idea is that you're not looking directly at the thing, you're looking at the result of what that does. And either we do what you mentioned, is like, okay, you have a colander, literally anything that has a hole in it, and you can look at the shadow that creates in the ground, or we just look at the shadows from like trees or something else. What are we learning? So I recently created a course, Introduction to Docker, which is here. And these are all the articles that are in it. And I updated the course and added a payment link, so it's actually live now. So it is possible to like actually purchase this course and take it. But this is like, these are what the articles sort of look like. We have a video, we have an article, we have objectives for them, we have code examples, things like that. And so I'm trying to come up with sort of like a trailer, like a marketing thing that I can throw out somewhere and do something with. Either like put it on X, Twitter, should recover my Facebook account. I haven't used it in forever, but I can do something on Instagram. I can do something on LinkedIn. I can like put these like everywhere. A couple different Discord servers that I'm on. Maybe I can do something around. You have a few containers laying around in Podman. I haven't used Podman yet. It's on my list to do. And from what I've heard, Podman's come a long way from where it was even just a year or two ago. So it is definitely something I'm interested in. My guess also is that if you learn something like this, you'll be able to transfer all those skills over to Podman. Just maybe some of the syntax for the commands will be different, but the general idea should remain the same. Okay, so... Oh, you'll put your housemate at it? He's trying to buff his IT skill set? Nice. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, right now I only have two courses on this LMS. I have my SQLX Rust and my Introduction to Docker. If he wants some IT stuff, I have a free course on YouTube, which could also show him the sort of like my style in case he's interested in that. See if I can find it. Not that one. Oh, come on. Show me all the... Okay. Playlist. This one.
When you sign up for Gusto, you...
Yeah, so I go over like creating a DigitalOcean droplet, how to set everything up on there, and then how to deploy a static website there, including using CI/CD to like auto deploy that. We have auto reboots, auto updates, setting up two-factor authentication when you SSH in, setting up the firewall, and doing other stuff. So that's what I've got here. So if your housemate is interested in that, that might be like a good first one. And then if he likes that, then the Docker course is like, okay, this is the paid course for that. Or both. This one's the free one. Obviously you pay by watching advertisements. And then obviously we have the Discord, sorry, the Docker one, which is no advertisements, but you have to be on the LMS. Rust makes your brain hurt almost as much as eLisp. I've never used Lisp or any of the variants of it. I've heard good things about it, I also know that most people don't do anything like besides educational stuff with it, which is sort of like fun. Like there's a few of those educational languages out there that people use for teaching and learning, but then don't use like when it comes to the day job. All right, so script for this. I guess like this would be just what I say, right? Oh, you okay, you use it because of Emacs. Is Elisp the language for like extending or creating like plugins for Emacs? I didn't know that. Like I obviously I knew they had plugins. I just didn't know what language that was. Because like Vim uses Vim script, NeoVim uses Lua. I don't know what any of the others use. You're a bad Emacs user though. You don't use it for everything. Yeah, it's that joke, right? That you could do everything in Emacs. Okay, Ellipse is the language most of Emacs is written. Okay, well now I know. There is something in production that Lisp is written in. Oh, I guess like it's Ellipse, so it's like is that a subset or superset of Lisp? Emacs is a C core with a whole lot of Elisp on top. Nice. I've never used Emacs myself. I ironically had opened it up when I was a sysadmin, and then it was like, how do I close it? And I had like that same Vim problem. It was like, okay, I'm trying to go into like command mode, and I don't find that. How do I quit it? And that was fun. Okay, so it's a relative of Common Lisp. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. There's a few different languages that are sort of like similar to that. Like I might put TypeScript and JavaScript in that same sort of like umbrella term of like, okay, it's related to, it's like very similar to, something like that. :qbang. Wait. So :qbang doesn't quit Emacs though, because I tried that and it didn't work. I didn't have anything else installed. I think I just like ran Emacs and just like make sure it was working, because the person that I was setting up the computer for wanted Emacs, like really was like big on Emacs. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was running and it had the right version. And then it was like, how do I quit this without just quitting the terminal? And I went and asked him, and he sort of stared at me and then just said like, nobody quits Emacs. You just close your terminal. That's how you quit Emacs. Which I thought was hilarious. And it sort of goes into that operating system of like, why would you run anything other than Emacs? You just launch Emacs when the shell launches, and you got nothing else. Like there's nothing else you want or need. Depends. I use Spacemacs on top of vanilla Emacs. It makes saner key bindings, EMV arthritis, and Vim commands do work. Oh, nice. Okay. I've heard of some people using something called Evil Mode in Emacs, which is basically Emacs with Vim stuff, if I remember correctly. But I've never actually seen it used. Okay, there's an Emacs package called Evil that adds many Vimish things. Okay, that's probably what it is that I remember people talking about. I have also heard of people mentioning that arthritis and Emacs is a thing. I haven't really heard that many people talking about Vim with arthritis, and I have no idea if that's actually because it's better for arthritis or just because people don't talk about it. Because it could be one or the other. Okay, so do I start with story? Imagine let's imagine or something like imagine we're working on a team. I don't actually know who I don't actually know my audience. I don't actually know my broader audience of whether or not they're like working right now on a team or more doing more solo stuff. I would imagine that a lot of you are on a team, and then we also have a lot of people not on team. Tea Kettle Joan and Scott, hello. How are you two doing? Because NeoVim people can remap their hotkeys without writing a book in a foreign language. That's true. It's just painful for me to use a lot of control sequences, and Spacemax rebinds it to so spacebar is the leader key. Okay, yeah, that's okay, that makes sense. Tea Kettle, you're unemployed with 0 money. Okay, so that's the working solo side. And I'm sorry about that. I hope that I'm assuming that you are looking for work. There are like some people who are like, yep, I'm out of IT now. Especially with like some of the fun things that like various companies have been doing recently. Okay, so I guess like the question is, what sentence do I start with? What's the lead here? Is like, imagine we're working on a team, or imagine you're working for multiple clients or multiple projects. Pretty much that's what it is. Do I think that tech jobs will rebound after companies realize AI sucks? I think we're in a weird state right now. Like my reading on it and then talking to a few different recruiters is that tech jobs are both weak, as in it's hard to find jobs, and strong, meaning that it's also easy to find jobs. But it really kind of depends upon which jobs we're looking for, which companies we're looking for. A lot of the so-called tech companies are in a bad state right now. They're hemorrhaging tech workers. But there's a lot of companies that are not in the tech sphere. Oh, oops. Didn't even see that ad break starting. Okay, hold on. I'll wait until that finishes. I know, Bezos. Okay. Imagine we're working on a team. Or I guess like imagine we have multiple projects, because that's also like very common. Help, I'm being blocked by capitalism. I know. It's a thing. Sorry. Of course, my apology matters nothing to Twitch, because very few people there can actually see it. YouTube, however, I can apologize to on behalf of Twitch. I don't know, because you don't get the ads. Okay, so imagine we have multiple projects. All right, Twitch says that you're all back. Welcome back, Tea Kettle. All right, so Tea Kettle, you had asked the question. So let's see. I've been talking about how we're in a we're in a really weird state right now with software engineering jobs. And it's both easy and hard to find a job because it really depends upon where you are, what tech stack you know, where you're looking for jobs, like what kind of companies you're looking for jobs. Some companies are booming right now, and some companies are just falling flat on their face. And I think like if we look at it from a business perspective, if you figure out like what kind of companies you want to work for, like what are you really interested in, then it's also going to be like hey, it also depends with the AI thing, right? Because you wanted like, or we'll bounce back with AI. My guess is that there's going to be this big push for, replace engineers with AI. And some companies will successfully do that in the short term. And other companies will move towards a sort of like integration where it's like you're going to work with AI together. And my guess is that the companies that figure out how to integrate both humans and AI together are going to be vastly more successful than the companies that try to completely replace or also completely ignore AI. Like one of those, like if they go to the extreme, I don't think that's going to work that well. At least comparatively speaking to a company that tries to stay with the times and then ride the technological flow, but like in a more holistic way. Does that make sense? So my guess is that companies that go all in, they might figure out a way to make it work. They might die and they might revert. One of those two. And other companies are going to be like, yeah, whatever, just use Copilot, do some other things. But like Copilot doesn't replace you. It works with you. And then we've also seen things like Devin, which is going to be that coding AI that was all over X, which I signed up for a demo for that, but they haven't gotten back to me. So that will be like, if I ever get a chance to take a look at it, I'll share my findings with you, unless I have to sign some kind of NDA. And yeah, that's my guess, is that it's going to be like treat AI like any other tool that's in our toolkit, and know how to use AI to make yourself better, and that can hopefully help you in the interview process where you're trying to prove that you have like more value that you can add to the company than other people. But at the same time, when a company says we want somebody with both all these skills, you're like, yep, got it, check. So that's my guess. Like that's my estimation. Now, super long term, I don't think it's good to like really think of that one way or the other. We may all become AI therapists in the future, where it's our job to sort of make AI do all the work, but I still think that's going to be somebody with an engineering mindset who's doing that. So I still believe that learning how to program and learning how to be an engineer in some capacity is going to be important for that. So that's my response for that. Does that help, Tea Kettle? Or does that actually answer your question? Also, Milo, hello. How are you doing today? You found the stream while looking for some rest guides. What am I doing today? Today, I'm working on deploying a Docker course that I just created. So that's still this. This is the Docker course. So I just created this introduction to Docker course. I set up a payment link. It's all set up and good and ready to go. So now we're working on a trailer for it, so I can record that for YouTube and then post that everywhere. AI topics. Well, as an AI enthusiast, all I can say is that there are really few LLM models that can do more niche things like Rust. I recommend CodeNinja 7B or StarCoder 13B for completions. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if any of those are on Ollama. So you said CodeNinja 7B or StarCode. Just on the first page, StarCoder and StarCoder 2, is that the same thing? Yeah, besides that, not really. No ninja? No ninja. Okay, yeah, so Star Coder 2 would be it. Next generation of transparently trained open code LLMs that comes in 3 sizes, 3, 7, and 15 billion parameters. Nice. So that's pretty cool. One I haven't really used it too much. There is Finds one, which I think is pretty good. You can have, let's see, they have just a 34B. I think privately they have a 70B that they use on their website. But I've had fairly good look at this one too. Diablo, hello. You are looking for a cat. I don't know where Zilby is right now. He's I think he's upstairs looking out the window. How about this? When I go do my break, I will go try to find Zilby and bring him down here. See if he wants to hang out. I do have the heater on, so he might be happy with that. Okay, so let's see. Oh, and Scott, you had asked, where was NASA, Texas? Is that Alabama, Florida? I was at NASA Ames Research Center, which is in California, specifically right smack in the middle of the Silicon Valley, right in the Bay Area. That's where they have the dirigible. What is it called? It's the place where they put like the planes for working on them. I forget what that's called. But yeah, that's really fun. The entire time that I was working there, it was well, I guess like when I first started there, that building was full up, and then they discovered they used to do tours in it, and then they realized that the entire thing was filled with asbestos, and they wanted to refurbish it to make it good. It's a historical building. And then it's like, oh yeah, it's like literally just asbestos now. We have to it's gonna be so expensive. And so like they started taking it apart, and then they're like, oh yeah, this is too much. And so it's just like, from what I can tell, it just sits there as a shell, which is really sad. Okay, so Star Coder 2 on the leaderboard, they're always topping. Nice. I figured like a lot of those things are going to like change back and forth and just like trade places, especially since so many companies are trying to create LLMs right now as their like business, like their core business model, which I'm actually going to be really interested in seeing whether or not people are going to be able to be successful doing that. Because my biggest concern about running a company based upon AI right now is the cost, because it's so expensive to do large language models, because they're large. Like that B is billions, and to train it takes a lot of time, a lot of compute power. I've heard estimations that like doing a train on like a custom like documentation or some other things, if you want to do that to like a fairly large model, it could cost in upwards of $50,000, which is a lot, especially for a startup. Like that might be your entire budget for like the first few years. that's not good. And so either we're going to see a lot of VCs stand up and start giving out multi millions of dollars to for people to like do this, or we're probably going to see like a lot of these AI companies being purchased by Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and just integrated in. I use VS Code sometimes. Yes, I use VS Code these days whenever I am doing a course, because I don't want to confuse people by using Helix here and like with Zellage type stuff and other things, because I feel like that is just confusing for a lot of people, because then, well, actually it's not confusing. It's distracting. I learned this the hard way when I was teaching a live course, when I was teaching live, like in a classroom setting. Used like Vim or anything else, and everybody's like, okay, forget like the topic, what's that, can I do that? And then the next thing you know, you have like 10 people who are trying to do Vim for the first time while also learning how to be a software engineer, which is not conducive to learning. Yes, I actually saw that one. I played around with it a little bit, Milo, and I got it set up and it was cool, but I didn't that isn't actually decide to use it for like anything real. It was still like in that distracting state where it's like, okay, it's still too wordy. Trick is to use multi-model like Copilot does. Oh, Copilot uses multi-model? Nice. I don't know how to like do a multi-model for myself. That would be interesting. Do I use Find much? Do I have much success with it? I do. Okay, so I signed up for an account with Find so I can use, you know, the more stuff, but I don't pay for Find. So I do sometimes find better success with Find, but not enough success to pay for it. Does that make sense? It's sort of like enough for me to sign up for it. Yeah, yes. The experience that I use in a workflow is if I can't find information in the documentation and a quick Google search isn't working, then I usually turn to Find as a way of doing more Google searches, because it does a Bing search behind the scenes to like help find stuff. So it's really just like an alternate search and then summaries of what you search for. Transky just played with GPT-4All and Mistral Instruct, your poor GPU. Yeah, it is a lot. It's actually really interesting because on a Mac, they use Metal, which allows the CPU to do the stuff that GPU previously did. And it works surprisingly well. I was even able to, on this, use a 70B. It's slow, but it works. That's why I should actually teach with VS Code. And that's all the courses I just do with VS Code. And I usually create a brand new profile for them so that way like I don't accidentally have like a bunch of extensions or anything else. It then becomes very consistent. It's absolute crap, but students are idiots and haven't learned. Well, I wouldn't say that students are idiots. It's more of like, you don't know what you don't know, right? Like if you haven't been exposed to the programming world or like this other world, you don't know all these tools. But then as you're also mentioning, it's very hard to learn multiple things at the same time if you don't already have experience. I would expect that a senior software engineer could probably learn like 3 or 4 different things at the same time, because they're not really learning 3 or 4 different things at the same time. They have mental models about how all this different stuff works. So it's gonna be fine. They're gonna be able to compartmentalize everything and it'll be great. But somebody who doesn't have that knowledge doesn't actually know, like is gonna be struggling with one thing, and that's gonna affect their learning of another, which is not great. Okay, you can do it in CPU mode, but GPU is faster. That also makes sense. Copilot uses a model trained per language, but what they will launch in the next 2 to 3 years is a micro model trained on your project, will require being on GitHub, which many companies don't want. Interesting. I mean, I guess like Copilot makes a lot of sense though too, right? Because that's, you know, that is Microsoft, that is GitHub itself. Of course they want you on there. Tokens generated by your project's micro model will be higher rated. Interesting. Apple on their M1, 2s, 3s, the GPU doesn't exist. It's also part of the CPU. ARM CPUs are usually designed that the GPU are really akin to more CPU cores. Yeah, so that's true. The M series is just a giant version of the iPhone's A series. That's what I've heard. But I haven't really looked into like any architectural type stuff. I've never really been that into like CPU architectures. I just use like, what can I get out of it? That's all I really care about it. This is unlike how Intel and AMD build onboard graphics. The GPU shares access to the memory unit, but isn't part of the CPU directly. You're an architecture nerd, painfully so. Well, then I can come to you for all the questions like, okay, what's good? But that's really cool. Like it is interesting to see like, okay, these companies are making business decisions about their CPUs and which ones are going to like be better long term based upon what actually happens in the tech sphere. Because that's always interesting too. Okay, it isn't that expensive. You got 24 gigabytes of RAM, an AMD RX 580, and you can comfortably run up to 25B parameter models that aren't dumb. Well, I guess like how does this scale though? Because like that works for you. What happens if you have 1,000 customers and so you need to do 1,000 of those at the same time? Can you have enough of that locally on your own that you're only paying electricity at that point for it? Or are we gonna have to move this onto the cloud? Because as soon as we move to the cloud, that's where the expenses really start to get big. Because if you start to go to AWS or Google Cloud or Azure, they're gonna charge you a lot of money for those video cards. GPUs for LM, not because of GPU speed, it's RAM. Really? Wait, really? I always thought that it was GPUs for LM because GPUs are really good at the type of math that machine learning uses. Like that's what I thought it really was. Oh, it's the VRAM. Interesting. I had no idea. Well that's a good thing to know. I guess I will now no longer say that it's for the the basically architecture of the CPU. Ire, hello. How are you doing today? We're working. Well, I am procrastinating on working on the trailer for the Docker course. I have to write a script / like figure out exactly what it's going to look like, what I'm going to say for the trailer for this and some of the marketing things. Aluminum, hello, how are you doing today? GPU memory bandwidth and loads of VRAM, but also Brooks is 100% correct. It has to do with parallelism. Yeah, I assume it's because of the CUDA cores. Because I do remember when I was working as a systems administrator, we ended up getting some of the Teslas, which was one of the first NVIDIA graphics cards that it didn't even have graphics capabilities. It was just the ability to run CUDA really fast and then really good. And so we installed a ton of those for people who needed to use it. But I never learned how to write in CUDA. The GPU is underutilized on a lot of LLMs. They're spending most of the time waiting for it to be copied in from VRAM. Oh, interesting. Let's say you can magically give your CPU 10 times more memory bandwidth. I'd start catching up. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be interesting. And there's, I wonder if we're going to start seeing more. So that would be a way to fight back against the costs of graphics cards, right? Like, because NVIDIA is riding a high right now. They are if you look at their pricing right now, especially in like stock pricing, it's just insanely high. But if it's true that it's the memory bandwidth that's the problem, that's not a GPU like only problem. That's not something that only a GPU can solve. Literally any computer can solve that in hardware. It doesn't have to be GPU. So I would imagine that this is going to be fixed, solved with future hardware. It might take a few generations, but I bet we'll get there. Maybe not even a few generations. It might just be the next generation of big upgrades on computers. We'll just have more caches and better caches for memory. GPUs have multiple L0, L1, L2, and L3 caches that all serve the different stages of the thread hierarchy. Added up, it's an absolutely ridiculous amount of bandwidth and why games are so fast. The VRAM itself is slow compared to the GPU's internals, and the VRAM is several times more bandwidth than, say, a dual socket EPYC with all the RAM sockets filled. Interesting, okay. Because I do remember the most I've really learned about memory is when I did the ECS course, and I learned ECS for the first time. Entity component system, for everybody who doesn't know, and it's a method for CPU stuff to do that same thing you're talking about, is like take advantage as much as possible of the caches for the CPU. ROCm is slowly catching up. We finally got Windows ROCm pack, but we're still waiting for the ROCm Windows Torch. Interesting. I don't know what ROCm is. I don't really know much of like the Windows side of things. CPUs don't have nearly enough threads to match GPU, I think you have so many of these small values to compute over a huge space. LMs hate caches, so GPUs are technically the wrong thing to use, but nothing else has extremely high bandwidth, multi-gigabyte things. Oh, okay. ROCm is AMD's CUDA. Okay. I do have an AMD video card on the desktop, so that's the Windows system that I'm using with OBS, but I don't really know anything about it. Like, Windows is just like that thing that I use. I know a lot more about older Mac because I was using Macs back in the Intel time, but then I quit before the M's came out, so I don't really know much about the M's besides fast and use less electricity and generate less heat. That's like the most I know about them. What's my take on the potential modern AI, LMs, vision models, audio models, and similar? Also, unpopular opinion, people use CUDA don't know how to write high performance compute. Yeah, I don't know about that one way or the other. In your previous lifetime, you wouldn't use NVIDIA at all. Their compute speed was awful. They haven't gotten any better today. Yeah, I have no knowledge about any of that. Okay, so anyways, what's my take on a potential modern AI? So I think that we're in a transitionary period right now where we're in that point where we're trying to figure out what AI can really do for us. We see right now a lot of people jumping straight to AI replaces humans. And I think that's because we love to extrapolate to the end on things because that's really cool. The other thing is, who takes up the most salaries in a company? And generally speaking, it's the software engineering side of things. And so a lot of companies, a lot of the non-technical people are looking at like trying to reduce costs. And they see AI as a way to do that. Now, they don't really know enough to determine if that actually works, so they just sort of jump on that and try to do it. Or they see a need or they see a demand for that and like try to build a business to do that. That's why we see like things like Devin and some other things. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think that we'll probably get somewhere around that eventually. I don't think that the short or possibly even midterm, we're going to see wholesale engineers being replaced by AI. What I do think is that we're going to see an augmentation where you're going to have to work with AI in a day-to-day in your day-to-day work. And that might be using something like Copilot, but it could also be augmenting your own skills for other things too. Because like imagine that you are an engineer and you want to like communicate with a C-level to like they're going to go to the board with something. Like you're working with them to try to like sell something. Oh, hey, we want to build this new product. This is going to make us a lot of money. You don't know how to like speak business, but you can use an AI to help translate engineer talk to business talk. Because that's going to be like a really big thing, I think, is this allows anybody who has the sort of technical mindset to speak AI to then speak anything. And I think it's actually something that I've been sort of like thinking about recently. There's been so much push towards, oh yeah, engineers are gonna be replaced. All we need is a CEO with a vision and that's it. And in some ways I'm wondering, like, wouldn't it be ironic if it was the other way around? And you're right, like Tea Kettle, like what would happen if it ends up being engineers replacing everybody else? And it's like, oh, you just need an engineer with a vision and some AI and a bunch of AIs. It might happen. Like I can actually see that happen a lot easier than replacing everyone else, like replacing engineers with AI, especially in the short term. In the long term, yeah, we'll probably all get replaced by AI, but at that point in time, hopefully we figured something out, or as I sort of mentioned before, or we just all become AI therapists, and that's what we're doing. That's my guess. And yeah, LLMs replace. I think LLMs are going to replace all. I'm going to use Xenofin framework talk here. I think LLMs are going to come for the complicated jobs first. And then eventually they'll come for complex jobs, and then after that, chaos jobs. And so in the complicated space, which is not where software development sits, like if you're only doing software development and it's complicated, your job could probably be replaced without AI already. Like there's plenty of tools out there to just do that kind of stuff. Oh, okay. Ad break just started on Twitch, and I need to go use a restroom, so I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's see, on YouTube, I have not seen the new web framework, Robin. Interesting. I will add that to my list. Check out Robin. Forgot to tell me, Brooks, they're doing some game dev in Godot. Want to try Bevy? Mainly learning on ML and AI engineer now. You're reading Stanford study. Nice. Excellent. That sounds a lot of fun. Okay, I'm going to take a really quick break. I will be back in a couple minutes, and I will go see if I can find Zilby so we can show him off. So I will be right back. All right, I did bring Zilby back. He's I brought some food with him too, so he's eating that right now. And then I'll grab him and we'll chat. Anyway, so yeah, you went away from the ads and you came back to a chair. So that is a thing, right? I don't okay, so I think ironically, I think that middle management is not gonna be, let me restart. Good middle management, I don't think will be really replaced by AI. Sylvie, you wanna come up? You wanna come here? Good managers really are about building up people, making people better. Good middle management doesn't exist. Meet me at a Waffle House and fight you. There are some good middle managers out there, but if we look at it from like a statistical point of view, there's so few of them that it's a rounding error to zero. So I both agree with you and disagree with you at the same time, and it's a paradox. Suddenly cat, and now he's on, hold on. You're standing on the keyboard for that the Windows computer uses. Wait, what are, oh, that's, okay. You can't actually see him, unfortunately. He's playing on the desk between me and the monitor. And I can't look at YouTube chat anymore because he switched away from it, and then he did a Google search for 2113 like a million times. I bet that's important. Let the cat code. Zilby's not the best on coding yet. Where are you going, Zilby? Okay, he's exploring the desk. You think for public it's the other way around. Middle managers are useful and legislators, upper management mangle things. Businesses are a really interesting thing because you come together, and the idea is that as an entity, you want to create something. You want to provide some kind of value. And then what we often fail at as businesses is just how to do that, right? Like so often we fall prey. And when I say we here, I'm not talking about like the engineering side. I'm talking about like the full business side, like all of business. We forget how, like, what the point of the business is. Why are we here? What are we doing? What do we really want to do? And instead, we're focused on, well, the process and the procedure that we've set up is this, and therefore that's what we're gonna do. And that doesn't make any sense. There's this idea in Agile, which is people in software over process, right? Like you don't, like, yes, you need process, but like the people are more important than the process. And I feel that companies run into the same problem. Like it's, oh, we set up this process. Nobody remembers why, or maybe like nobody even knows why we're creating that process. We just feel we need a process and it doesn't actually help. Maybe it hurts, but then you just know you need a process, so you just stick with it. And that's not a good idea. The rare technical manager is always nice. I would say the rare manager who's been trained in how to manage, or like cares and actually does a lot of research. Because like I got into management after I worked for a good manager. Zilby, you want to hang out more? You want to come up here? No? you're a floor cat now. Most managers are promoted into the management position, but they don't know how to manage. All they've known is how they've been managed. And since most managers are not good, that means most likely they're going to continue not being good. Like, how can they not? They don't have any good role models. There are some managers, however, that really care. And they're going to try to do their best to learn what management is all about and how that works. So I worked for a manager. I had the same experience. I had terrible management throughout a lot of the places I worked at. Then I worked at one place, and it was like amazing. It was like, oh my gosh, this is good. This is like, I'm on a high performing team. This is amazing. We're all turning into leaders here. And then that fell apart due to other things, which I've talked about in the past and I'd be happy to talk about in the future. And then I went to my next job, and I'm like, it's sort of, I've actually, like, my most recent metaphor for this is, it's sort of like looking at Cthulhu, because the entire idea of like those eldritch beings is, when you look at them, you go insane, not because looking at them makes you go insane. Looking at them opens up your mind to like this big, huge world. And then you're brought back to your normal gray, dull life. And then it's like, oh my, I want to go back there. You want to go back there so badly, it'll drive you insane. And that's when I realized, well, if I want to work in that type of environment again, I guess I have to build it myself. I have to become a manager and do that. And that's what I did. I've successfully built and helped multiple teams become high performing. And I've learned how it works, and I've learned how to do management. And it's so different than what most managers do. You run a business, you 100% do not screw with your dudes. You hat rack to fill the gaps. You're neither manager nor a boss because you're not an idiot. Well, and like, that's the other thing is, like, in a company, the roles are what's needed, right? Like, so many times we're like, hey, a company needs this many, like, you know, C-level people, this many managers, this many other things. Like, that doesn't make sense at all. It needs what it needs right now. And then as you grow, that changes and everything changes. And it's fine. That's okay to like custom create the culture and like the structure of your business. Is probably the best way to do it. You know, too many developers who fail to prioritize the business needs because they view everything through a technical lens. I view that as a management problem, which is like, someone can help them understand what the business needs really are, but there's a big but here. The business needs to know what it needs. Like, the business needs to actually have a real plan, and the plan and the why cannot be goal based. The goal is to help you get to the thing, but shouldn't be like, make a bunch of money. Like, that's a terrible goal for a company. That's a terrible why for a company. And so many companies, like almost every company I worked for, that's been like the vision, is like, we're gonna make tons of money. Oh, I guess we'll help some people too with like, okay, nobody's gonna care. Let's see. How do you think which Lang is the best when it comes to effective performance? I think these days, in modern days, unless you're working on something where like you're actually running into performance issues, it doesn't matter anymore. Our computers are so friggin' fast these days that you're good to go in pretty much anything. Like, even JavaScript, like, people joke about how like, oh, JavaScript, Node.js, like that's not performant. Python is not performant, but the end users don't really care. Like libraries need to be performant, but besides that, but libraries are meant for like the code that the end user is in. And if you're writing a library for Python, most of them care more about the experience than the actual speed of it. Some of them do, but those people oftentimes just don't use libraries and then just do everything themselves to try to be as fast as possible. But it's I sit in more of like my experience, and my like where I teach and like what I sit in is all in the end user application sphere, and not like I generally not in IoT, generally not in like super high performant metal stuff that goes into the cloud. It's more of like these are applications that people are using, and most of them don't care. Like, and the end users who are using this say they want speed, and they'll be like they don't really know what speed really is, especially when you compare it to everything else. Like you can like eke out a couple more seconds of something, and it won't actually change the value that you provide to them. Let's see. Custard, you just got off a job where they spent 3 months and delivered not a single user feature. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. That is a really rough thing to experience. You've seen the sun, and now you have to go back and deal with the chained folk watching the puppets. Yeah, that's sort of how it feels like. Stacking, hello. How are you doing today? In about 3 hours, nobody's going to see the sun. Look, nobody's seen sun since, you know, there was a cup of coffee, and the coffee ate the sun. So it's gone. Management is the problem, but management is both the problem and a solution, but only good management. Yeah, the idea gets filtered through metrics, then you mistake reality for the numbers you created. Well, and that goes into, what is it called? There's the fallacy for turning metrics into goals that I forget what it's called. Basically, the idea is that if you have a metric and you turn it into a goal, it ceases to have any value as a metric. And that it's even more insidious. Maybe not insidious. Insidious means like evil or something. It's more dangerous than even that. Goodhart's law. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Goodhart's law. If you believe that it's a goal, then it also stops being a metric. This is why story points are no longer suggested by pretty much anyone in the Agile community, because story points, metric, it's just a metric, and it can never be a goal. The problem is so many managers turned it into a goal that, of course, the developers are now going to start treating it like a goal. It ceases to have any value as a metric. Because it was a metric and only useful as a metric, there's no value to story points. If you can run a company in which the story points are truly protected and are like never turned into a goal, then they're great and they're amazing if you use them a very hyper specific way. Other than that, stay far away. They're dangerous. The only metric is make money go up. No, that's the problem. Make money go up as a goal is still bad, because if you focus on make money go up, here, let's use an example of like YouTubers. There are plenty of YouTubers out there that you can see that have fallen from grace. And there's channels dedicated to tracking the rise and fall of these YouTubers and the reason what happened. And on most of them, from what I can tell, it's that chasing the money or chasing the thing that causes the money, right? Like they want the money to be coming in. You want views to have you views, and then ads give you lots of money, right? Well, what makes tons of money? Well, if you do certain types of like really negative focused content, if you bash other people, if you do false accusations on somebody, if you do any number of negative things, you're going to get tons of views, which is great if that's your goal. The problem is it's not sustainable. But if you're not using, like, if you don't have a value-based thing for people as your goal, but instead have the metric as the goal, you don't care if it hurts anybody. You don't care if any of those people don't come back or not. You just want this thing to happen. And then you do it. And then of course it falls because you chase so much money and you ate all of the foundation below you to get really high, and now you have nowhere to go, and you have nothing to show for it, and then you just fall down, and there's nothing you recover from. You have to start over from scratch at that point in time. And this is where it gets really bad, if your brand is focused on you, that's really bad, because now you can't even start from scratch because your brand has been destroyed. Let's go from the other direction. Let's imagine that you're using the money you're making as a metric, not a goal. You're just using a metric. So to me, I do this. I say, like, okay, the money that's coming in is a side effect of me providing value. So if I can provide you more value, I get more money. That's like the lever I can maneuver. The thing that I can do is about the value that I provide you all. And if I'm like, so on YouTube, if I get more people watching, more value, if they're sharing it because they see value and they want to share that with other people so they can get value too, then that results in more views and more money coming in from ad revenue. Same thing in Twitch, same thing for selling courses, same thing for all of that stuff. And then something I learned from the Accelerate book is that not to use one metric, but to use many metrics all together and have a blend of them. Because if one of them starts going up, but another one goes down, I'm doing something wrong. I need to keep them balanced. And so I have a bunch of levers that I can pull. And then I have a bunch of metrics to look at to see, like, okay, did it affect something in some way that's really good? And that's the key. And I don't see very many businesses doing that. I see most businesses focusing on, like, well, money, because that's easy to measure metric, which easy to measure metrics are terrible. That's the Toyota principle: quality, drive profits. Yes, I'm a big Deming person, so I do follow a lot of what Toyota does too, or has done. I wouldn't. Ads are a scam. Yeah, ads are a scam right now. I don't like them. But in the thing that I'm doing right now, I don't really have much of a choice. Because it's ironically, Twitch makes it a worse experience if I don't show ads, which is like, oh, come on. Oh yeah. The problem is that a lot of people don't learn how to think like this, and there's not very many people that are trying to learn and be really good at that. That's like a big problem about this. But it's possible to teach. It's possible to learn. And I think what's interesting is that if we want to change things, we have to do change management on an entire region, on an entire culture, which is very difficult. It's not easy. it's very slow. To me, it's more about like, look, let me just tell stories. Let me like show that like, hey, I've been successful. If more people can be successful at, and then successful publicly, so I guess noisily, as opposed to people being successful in more negative sense, that like flash and burn is successful, then that can slowly change things. Like every good manager that I've ever met is a good manager because they met and worked for a good manager. Maybe sometime we can figure it out where people can become good managers without needing to have to work for somebody else who's good. Do I have some good books to recommend on C#? I don't, unfortunately. I don't really like use much C#, so I would recommend there. Probably like C# Fritz might be someone to ask for that, and I'm sure there's some C# communities out there that could help out with that. But I don't know any. Most companies who watch Toyota miss the way they fundamentally work. They want profit and think that quality is the requirement. You know what's funny? Toyota will, like, you pay them for this service, but Toyota will fly you out to Toyota and they'll show everything that they do. Like how they do all their work, how they do everything else, how management works, all that stuff. They'll show everything. And quite a few companies have done that. And I don't think any of them are successfully implementing it, even like a quarter of the amount. It's just so sad. The number of companies who are like, well, I know that that's how like Toyota does it. And I know that like that's how their things, but you know, I bet if we just like, it can't hurt it by making this like 3 or 4 or 10 or 25 or 100% big changes to it. Come on. We should still be in charge. As in, we as in C-level. Not sure that's a winning argument on Twitch. I own Owncast myself, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's, well, I mean, there's so many things about all of this stuff. If you destroy your business for money today, that means you fail to make money tomorrow. Yes, very true. Maybe you're attempting to maximize some larger dimensional thing, values user experience. The only thing, those things aren't just the sum of its parts. However, you can only move the parts though, so it's easy to mistake that. Yeah, it's we have the levers. So there's this idea called lead and lag metrics. And ironically, they're just two different types of metrics. And most people, when they think about the metrics of like making money or doing that stuff, those are all lag metrics. And they're lag because they move on to something else. You lag until you see it. Like it takes time later. Lead is things you can do now. Those are the levers we can pull. Like I can spend more time streaming. I can spend more time actually talking and doing stuff as opposed to chatting about this. Those are things I can do. And those theoretically affect the lag metrics. Can we change the subject? Yeah, we can talk about Helix. You're thinking about it, but don't know it yet. Okay, so T. Kettle, you don't like Helix because it's only configurable on a basic level. You might try it though. Yeah, so it is not configurable. Okay, it's still in beta, which means that the configuration options are pretty limited. They're adding more. I think the biggest thing that I miss is a tree view for finding different files. If I open up like a file picker, there is a file picker though. It's just all flat here. Like I would love to have the file picker show a tree view for it, because for me, I kind of forget the structure of everything and I want to be able to like just select in there. Theoretically, they're working on it. Originally, the Helix team was against it. They are I think, changing their mind about it. At the very least, they're working on a plugin system which would help integrate this, because we all know how Vim is with plugins. It sort of makes Vim, because like if you use Vim with no configuration, no plugins whatever, that's a vastly different experience than if you just add in a whole bunch of plugins. Something I just learned though. Oh, I don't have this set up. Hold on. Okay, so if I copy the config.toml to config helix config.toml, I reload the config. Take a look at this. I recently learned that I can have tabs in Helix here. So if I have only one buffer open, so let's say I go to you and we do a buffer close. I have no tab sort of system there. And if I open up another buffer, you, let's say, now I have these tabs open, which is nice. I've never used Kitty or Westerm. Oh, ad started again. Yeah, I see that. All right, got that. I think it puts me in a little window, right? I think so. Now I can't click on these. That would be nice. But I can see which ones I have open. Tea Kettle, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. Wait, ads are done for you, Diablo? It says it's still 20 seconds left for me. If you want to use a terminal that isn't shit, you have the two options, Alacrity or Wes. I've not used Westerm. I using Alacrity and I like it a lot, so I just sort of stuck with it. Thanks for the lead lag mention. Yeah, lead and lag measures are pretty cool. Wherever you said you enjoyed React, you got told that it sucks and that Vue is better. Here's the secret about all of these communities is if you're sucked into like believing, if you're sucked into like one and you're like making it your identity as a developer, like I am a React developer. Of course, React is the one you suggest and you think everything else sucks. To me, it's whatever allows you to provide value for your end user. That's it. That's the best one. That's all. Everything else is opinion. Okay, so was there anything else we want to chat about Helix? Because I can show off things about it, but I didn't really say anything too much about it. And I guess like the other thing is, so I'm using my stack here is I'm using Alacrity, Zealage for window management, and then Helix for editor. Your point about X sucks on every topic, yeah, and that's true. Like you'll see everybody will say X sucks, like you'll get that wherever you go, and that's perfectly fine. Here we try to like be more open, and it's like, hey, you know what? As long as you can provide value, that's the only thing that works, that matters. Verb noun motions are now noun verb, and that's weird. I have never thought about that before. Interesting. Kukma, hello. How are you doing today? I'm a Rust developer. Everything else sucks. Change my mind. Well, everything sucks, right? Everything sucks and is awesome at the same time. We can live in that world. Including Rust. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't know that about Kitty. I've never used Kitty before, so I just use Alacrity. And I used iTerm for a little bit of time. But to me, it's like, as long as the editor that I want to work on works in general, then it's fine. It is a recursive thing. Like saying something sucks eventually will just recursively implode into itself, and then that's all we talk about. Add sucks to the banned term list? Eventually. Maybe we will if it gets too bad. Okay, back to the script. What I'm supposed to be working on today for like the business side of things. Imagine we have multiple projects we're working on. And each has a different environment. Let's see. Some may be using the same language, but a different version. Some needs a database, but one needs Postgres like 12 and another 14. We may be on a team and should all have the same environment, but it's really easy to accidentally get out of sync with each other. Would I consider doing co-work sessions? Essentially just an hour where we can all hop on Discord together and work discuss. You know, that could be interesting. I could do I would probably, for that kind of thing, if we're gonna do like online works discuss, that could be good non-streaming community time. So yeah, let me add that to my list of like things to think about. Because yeah, that could be fun. Or like there's co-work streams that people do too, where it's just more of like, hey, we'll play some music, we'll just like do that stuff, and then put on a timer, and every like 45 minutes, every hour or whatever, we'll chat for 15 and then back to work. Do I think that Helix is ready for daily driver now? Like, what does K do on an LSP enabled buffer for Rust? Wait, what is K? Is that a command you're asking for, or something else? I am using it for my daily driver, but I don't know if it's at the point where I would just blindly recommend that like everybody use it. There are many good alternatives to Helix. So to me, Oh, K should be keyword program, which is overridden to show docs from the LSP source. I don't know. So I like to use it as my main driver right now, but every once in a while I jump into something else if I like really need it, or because I haven't like set up like a language type server stuff in Helix here and I just don't feel like doing it. Kukma, you have a strange question for me. Imagine you have logic, what generated by procedural macro, then you add some tracing logic to some point in generated code. Tracing shows wrong line in logs because procedural macro. I should add that info about line in procedural macro code. Interesting. I don't know, but I could imagine putting into the logs like information about like this was generated from a macro, or like there's a problem running this macro. Like, because in the error message you want, or in the logs, you want to let people know where the code is so they can make a decision about what to do, either debugging or changing or doing something else. And so knowing, oh, that's actually generated from a macro could be helpful. Yeah, so docs are interesting. Okay, yeah. I can do that. I don't have any of that here. Let's let the LSP wake up. Okay, so I can do space K on something. Okay, did you just wake up? You did wake up. So I can get this. This gives me the documentation of something in here. I forget the command. There is a way for me to scroll inside of the window, and I always forget what it is, and I so rarely use it that I just don't, I don't ever remember it. I use it so little. So is that what you're talking about? And I do have inline variable type hints. Yes, I do have that in Helix. I thought new of them updated and had them. Oh, okay. That's too bad. You'd like to be in a brainstorming session for cool project ideas. It's difficult to get builders in all the same room. Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. Let me add that as an idea. So like, that'd be like Discord brainstorming ideas session. Aluminum, are you a member of the Discord? I don't know like when I would do these, but like I'm gonna add them in to like look into. Okay, just join user. Okay, alpha beta, nice. Added that for me. Thank you for that, and welcome. The LSP support is written in Lua and can be overrode by your own functions. It just doesn't have the function actually written yet. Okay, nice. You're gonna try Helix? Give it a shot. There's some things that are like very different. So the movement is mostly the same for like up, down, left to right. That's like Vim movement. But like word selects a word as it goes, so it's like a combination of visual and not visual when you're moving around. And then selecting an entire line is X, and that's probably like the biggest one that gets me. Is like even still now, every once in a while you'll see me like accidentally select, and I'm like, oh no, I have to go back, and then delete is D for delete, which is a thing. So like I kind of, and that deletes a character. There's no, like, delete line is still 2 keystrokes, but instead of DD, it's XD. How do you do YY? So if you want to copy the entire line, you do X to copy the line, and then Y, and that copies the entire line, and then I can do P to paste it. And that was a D to delete it back again. My guess is that the Helix devs are going for non-Vim developers to try to bring them in and basically say, hey, look, you just learn these and it makes sense to people who haven't done this forever. That's what I think they're going for, because they're like, oh, D for delete. That makes sense, right? Like, but only if you've never used Vim. But yeah, if you have any questions about like any of these things, let me know. I'll do my best to answer. You're in for the co-work sessions too. All right, that's good to know. We'll have to figure something else. Yank as a term made no sense to me. Yeah, it took me a long time when I first started to sort of like understand yank. I actually learned and understood delete as a way to copy a lot more. Like when I first started, I was like, oh, I want to copy this entire line. I would just delete it and then paste twice. Which is like really silly, but like that's where I started. Okay, so we're back to here. We may be on a team and should all have the same environment, but it's really easy to accidentally get out of sync with each other. Yank? No, no, no. Poke is where the magic begins. There is no poke, I don't think. The 1970s had a lot of acid and also no arrow keys and no F keys. It was just basically think of like the smallest keyboard you could possibly have, and that's what they had. Okay, imagine we have multiple projects working on, each one has a different environment. So maybe using the same language. Okay, so we do that stuff. We may be on a team and should all have the same environment, but it's really easy to accidentally get out of sync with each other. Docker provides is I guess like is one of the solutions for this. It allows us to create isolated environment. I should probably not use isolated because some people are going, it's not really isolated. It's, you know, there's shared memory and shared CPU and everything else, except if you're on a Mac and Windows. But yeah. You want to rebind HJKL to WASD? Oh, that'd be interesting. I can't remember if I've never done any key binding in Helix, so I don't actually remember if they have that. Yeah, it's like virtual environments. I guess like to create how about custom environments? So to create custom environments, it allows us to create custom environments for like where the code runs, where the code will runs locally. So it allows us to create custom environments that, okay, I guess like that that are reproducible on each other's computers, and looks like is as close to where we run our code, I guess as close to production as possible. And we can do this on any operating system. I guess on the big three. Okay, so and we can do this on the big three operating systems: Windows, Mac, and Linux. Cries in OpenBSD. Wait, you can use Docker supports OpenBSD, right? Wasm isolated environment, cries in a corner. Eventually we're going to have a Docker in this just made in Wasm, and that's it. Eventually. We already have people like approximating Docker in Wasm. So an actual like official thing will come in eventually. Docker is just jails containers done badly. I mean, yeah, but it's also like not, it works on like everybody else's system, which is better than BSD, which is works on BSD. Okay, so we have that. Let's see. Come on, I can press. I do this thing all the time where like I press shift and then I release shift before I press the next letter all the time. So then I just keep on doing it over and over again, and I fail to like do a capital letter forever, which is fun. Hi, I'm Brooks from Brooks Builds. I have 20 years of IT experience. I guess 20 years of IT experience. And what else do I want to say for this? Oh, and I run a I have 20 years of IT experience, and I've been creating educational content. I guess if I include the one times where I was like in a classroom teaching, that was 3 years, and then let's just say like 2 years of doing it worth years. Let's just say like 5 years. I've been creating educational content for over 5 years. I'm repeating the section above. Yeah, I guess this is kind of repeating the section above. What I'm trying to do is say like, this is the problem and this is the solution. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Like, hey, problem, and then this is like gives us what we want to go. That's what I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Genius, playboy, billionaire, philanthropist. Yeah. Docker container. Docker image creator, something like that. So everyone went to K8s for the API, which sucks, but at least it's the same-ish everywhere, and then use Firecracker instead of Docker underneath. Yeah, I remember when that happened. Oh, Brooks has 20 years in 2 places. This is where the script starts. Are you talking about up here? I have 20 years. Yeah. This is I figured out what this is, and then I want to put all of this stuff into the script. That's what I'm trying to do. Has been creating education content for over 5 years. I've recently created a new course, Introduction to Docker. This course will get you up and running, whether you are, I still think I misspelled that. Whether you are a solo developer or bringing Docker to your team. You hate the cloud, but from a security and performance and sanity perspective, you will sign off on K8s plus Firecracker. It's do not release that shift key. Yeah, that's I do it all the time. People like I think Stacking makes fun of me because I have a mechanical keyboard, but I don't have the weight set up. They're default, and they're not correct for me. So that's why I keep on missing keys. Or the other way around, accidentally do the wrong key when I don't want to. It's a very light keys, lightweight, which some people like because it lets them type really fast. And for me, I just accidentally press the wrong buttons. Helix defaults to space as a leader. You want to space sometime. Oh yeah, it does. Because like if I'm in command mode and I hit space, it opens up this. And what's great is I can do that plus question mark, and I get the command palette, which is familiar if you're from the VS Code land. And now I can just search for any command that I want. Like how do I, like they have literally move to the end of the next word. Like you can, okay, well I can just move one line up through the command palette and do that. But it also then shows you what the keyboard shortcut really is. So that's nice. This course will get you up and running whether you are a solo developer or bringing Docker to your team. It has, or I've created over 30 articles, along with over 3.5 hours of videos. To videos, you know, I have no idea if you can cargo install Helix. I installed Helix through Homebrew on a Mac, and I believe that you can install Helix through pretty much anything you want. Oh, you know what? Hold on, Diablo, I have something for you. I completely forgot. Okay, so as part of this challenge and this course, we Dockerize Helix. So I actually have a Dockerized Helix here. I don't think I actually did put like some commands for using this. But anyways, this is, if you want to try Helix without actually installing it, give that a shot. It should work on Windows and Mac systems and theoretically Linux too, I think. Because I think I did build this. Yeah, I built this for these two. So hopefully that works with your architecture. Okay, they have an app image too? Yeah. Imagine that Docker could be a lightweight container environment. Yeah, that's the problem. Is I actually have an entire lesson on how much space Docker takes up. Let's see, we have, so deleting Docker image is like, hey, this takes up a lot of space. You might need to delete a lot of Docker images. And then down here we have we have an entire lesson on using Alpine Linux to reduce Docker image sizes, which is kind of, you know, as we all know, kind of a thing. All right, I am not happy with these ads. Stupid ads again. I don't even see them coming up. Well, I don't see them coming up because I have the window way over there on the right and I'm not looking that far. I have to like move my head over to see it. Okay, what else would I want to do with this? Welcome back. Sorry about that. So a few weeks ago, we several people were suggesting, okay, let's try the 1.5 minutes of ads every half an hour instead of the 3 minutes of ads every hour. There's enough of that, and it's been going on for a while now. How are you feeling about that? Should I switch it up? Twitch forces me to do 3 minutes of ads every hour. Otherwise, everyone gets an ad coming into the stream. And unfortunately, that hurts discoverability and like need something else. So I'm okay with going back to 3 minutes every hour, doing it more often, which sucks, or less often, but it has to be 3 minutes every hour on Twitch. YouTube gets just banner ads, I think. I do not have any mid-rolls set up for the stream. Yeah, I'll do my best. Well, I tried to like pause our arguments around the ads. Okay, created over 30 calls on which will get you started and productive using Docker. You know, a lot of Alpine devs, because they're hardcore Debian users like you. A lot of them I've been friends with for years. Nice. Yeah, I'm not really like an Alpine dev. Like I've not really done much with it. So it is like interesting to use. It's slightly different, but hey, it works. And it works really well. You know, and the Helix image that I set up for that is in an Alpine base on Docker. It's still really large though, because I installed all of the language servers, or all of the LSPs, if that makes sense. I guess not LSPs, all of the language tree sitters, whatever those configurations are. Put a section about Docker basic concepts as a demo. You could tell them that if you'd like to learn more, there are relevant topics and more in the course. Oh yeah, that could be interesting. Oh yeah, so I can do something like create over 30 articles along with that, which will get you started in productive user Docker. I wonder where I would put that in. Like this is where the script side of things of like, how do I make that flow where I put that in here? Like where would I put that in? What would it look like? I don't know. It's a good idea. I just don't know how to do it. Okay, so far what we have is we have let's see. I have a bit of the story. So I have the problem. I have some of these. Scope. Only a little bit of that. Let's see. Some of the differentiation. Okay, so then I guess like price stuff would come next. So this course is available now on my LMS at learning .com. I'm focused on teaching overselling, or it's like this LMS or something about that. I want to put in something about like how it's like focused on education as opposed to just selling you more education. Okay, so this course is available now on my LMS. I guess like for 20 USD. The platform that I'm using is custom, is a custom LMS where the focus is education. I don't want to sell you another course until you're done, until you've learned what you want to. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I'll just do that. It's not about my gain, but about what knowledge you can learn and reinforce due to my course and beyond. Yeah, maybe. I feel like that could be something good. Like if I do like the tour, like where I go and do like meetup talks, do a bunch of like blog articles. I think that's like a better place. This right now is like going to be just like a short 15-30 second video, something I can maybe make it like a short on YouTube, something like that. Like I want it to be really short because like nobody wants to watch an advertisement for very long, and I don't know how to make mine fun and entertaining, so it really needs to be short, otherwise nobody wants to watch it. I don't want to use any dark patterns, like trying to like make it look like it's something that it's not. That I'm not going to do that either. So maybe this is what it is like just something really simple and short, and then I can throw videos and screenshots into the video too, because I've been learning how to do video editing, so I can actually do that now. Okay, so I guess like we'd have a if this course is interesting or sounds interesting or helpful to you, I'd love to have you join our community. And then I should have like a link to Discord on Discord. Purchasers of the course get access to a private channel just for this course. I guess a private channel. If you want, you can help with editing ideas. Got in way after After Effects and DaVinci Resolve. So I have DaVinci Resolve. That's the one I bought. I didn't buy it. I'm using the free version of that. Mostly because I don't want to buy After Effects or anything else. Like I want to stay free for right now. And I was previously using just Apple iMovie, which is okay, but ironically, the problem around with that is the organization of videos is just horrible in iMovie. Like so terrible that like it just gets in your way and you don't want to use it anymore. Even though like the editing for basic stuff was like perfectly fine. So now I'm using this, using DaVinci Resolve, and it's been fine. It's been great. Although I'm not really doing much with it. Okay, so if this course sounds interesting or helpful to you, I'd love to have you join our community on Discord. Purchasers of the course will get access to a private channel. I probably don't want to mention like, hey, if you can't afford this, because like that will make people feel bad. There, from what I understand, my understanding of like sales and like pitches and how these things work is that I should only have one call to action. This is the call to action. Call to action should probably be last, right? So this should probably come up here. So I haven't learned effects at all yet. I've only been staying pretty much on the cut area, and I think I used effects a couple times to like blur something out or to do something else. I can't remember, but I am very much not. I haven't learned that yet. I don't really know what I do with that yet for like a lot of programming streams. Call to action should be last, but no more than one screen below the fold. This is obviously very short. This is, I'm not gonna worry about the full fold for this one. If I do some blog posts, I will keep that in mind though. That's good to know. And connect the other code fans on our Discord. Okay, so if this course sounds interesting, I'd love to have you join our community on Discord. It's like I feel like it's something here, right? Connect with other. Oh yeah, okay. So where you can. Okay, so where you can connect with other developers, as well as get access to a private channel for this course if you purchase. There. The modern thing I've seen is their hero block is just an elaborate call to action with smaller normal call to actions later below. Oh, interesting. I haven't thought about that. Okay. Let's read through this and see what we like. Cuz like the idea for this, my mind, and I've never, like, this will be probably like the biggest editing thing that I've done, is create this as like, sort of record this as audio. I'm going for less than a minute for this one. I want this to be able to be like short length, because I'm thinking most people don't want, like, I would imagine that if it's like 2 minutes, I need it to be fun. And I don't know how to make it fun. Okay, like a big photo of the dude, buy my book. Yeah, I could like do a I actually have a bunch of photos of me that I can use as like overlays. I don't think I have any pog faces, but I have like other faces of me that I can use. We use a photo of the cat. I've been wanting to, like, I have a feature to add a Zilby feature, Zilby section into the LMS, so that I can basically have like Zilby explain something to, or do something like that, which would be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's do a just a read through in the trailer voice, and see how we feel about this. You like when it's direct and just gives you the information, concise, straight to the point form. I think it's a mistake to make it fun. I think there's room for both, right? I think if it's fun but not forced, which requires skill and like an understanding of how to actually do that fun. I think when you're trying to do fun but you're forcing it and you don't really know how to do fun, that's when it's like not great. You're just like adding effects because it's effects. But okay, let's try a practice read through. In techno products, you know how to make you buy the product. Hand me a manual and say nothing. What's a manual? People have that now? Okay. Oh, do they still give you the 500 paid mandrills? They don't give you like just a URL to a website and you hope that it just maintains up forever. That's what I thought they did. As I said, I already got some cool ideas that we could do. If you want, we can collab on that. I can help you with editing. Ooh, okay. Milo, are you an editor? Do you do editing stuff? Also, if you join the Discord, I think I have a link on the YouTube page for Discord. And if I don't, I could put a link in to chat for that. But that's the best way to sort of chat after off stream for that kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to do a read through in that's the other thing. The other big thing that I've been working on is like I got this a while ago when the previous company I was working on sort of shut down, got purchased. They had a bunch of stuff that they didn't need and was going to be thrown away, and so I got my hands on a new microphone, which I actually have set up. Let me pull off this thing so you can see it. So I have this. Now I don't know. I have this this fuzz thing. I have a what is it called? The thing that prevents you from doing that sounds like right into the microphone. I have that. But I was thinking of just using this instead. And in my tests, I was testing this, and then I realized that I actually was using it backwards, which is not great. Did you even have... Oh, that's like twisted that way, so I have to go one more time around. Yes. I have to learn how to use this the stand, because now this is falling down on me, which is not great. This is the front towards me. So as long as I have that next to my mouth like that, it'll be great. Pop filter, that's what that is. So I do have one of those. This is not plugged in yet. I have a Red Scarlet Focusrite to do that. So hold on, I'm going to mute that because when I turn it on, it often makes noise, except the Red Scarlet doesn't get picked up when I start Twitch and it's not active. So hold on, I need to properties. Okay, now it sees stuff coming out, and I'm going to turn off this microphone. So the one I have here is a Blue Yeti. So I'm going to mute that one. And I've unmuted this one. So this is this microphone now. How does it sound? I put it on and I listened to a recording of it, and I think that it sounds perfectly fine, and I wasn't sure if it sounded any different or not. But then the other thing is that I'm not really sure what the settings I should be using on, because right now I have it on a 0 decibel change in OBS, and I was realizing what I probably could do is set the gain really low on the compressor here. This is a compressor, right? And then up the gain in OBS, and that might be better. Oh, it's got stereo mode on? I don't really know how that works. Is it good? You're only getting a left channel. Interesting. Okay, let me try this. Let me try reducing the gain on the box, because I do have loud things, and I'm going to increase the gain on OBS. Okay, filters. Gain. I have absolutely no filters set up right now for this microphone when I had default filters for everything else. So then if I turn gain on for you until we come back to here or so. All right. How's this sound? Oh, you should not increase gain in OBS if you can. Oh, that's how to. Okay, so hold on. Let me delete that. You can suggest some nice mic config for. Yeah, that'd be great. It's one of the things that I've always wanted to like get somebody to come over and like help me out with that. Okay, let me increase. So I can increase the gain with the actual like device. So if I do that, it comes to about here. I think this is good. How's this sound? Set to mono mode in Windows settings. Mike? I don't actually know where that is. Let's see. That might be something I have to do after stream to figure out where that goes. Okay, input. Oh, weird. It can't. Okay, there it is. Scarlett. Solo USB. Format. Oh, that's always 2-channel. I don't know where to set it for mono. For format, it's always just 2 channels. And it's just the only thing that changes there is the hertz. See, I'll have to look to see like where that goes. Oh no, so OBS I have on Windows. So that's where that is. Okay, make sure my hertz is 48K. Okay, I can do that. Oh yeah, it is 44.1 or 44,100. So I want 40. Did that just immediately change? There's no confirm. So that, I don't know. The camera and the mic are on Windows. Yes. Yes, the camera I have. So this camera, the one I'm pointing at, that's in Windows, going to Windows. This mic and my Blue Yeti are also connected to my Windows system, and that's sending out everything else. And I'm screen capturing the Mac, and that's the video that you're seeing. Okay, set it to mono in OBS. Okay, so Red Scarlet. I guess that's not properties. I don't see any properties for that. I guess that's a. Oh, I see where that is. Okay, so in the advanced audio properties, I can go Red Scarlet. We're going to turn on mono is on for that. Okay, so I think that's working now. Yay! No more left channel only. Perfect. Yeah, okay, we're doing good. The mic is a little quiet for your ears anyways. Oh, it's a common issue with the Scarlett. Okay, that isn't really an issue everywhere else. All right, so let me try turning that on a little bit more. How about this? I increased the gain dial a little bit more on the physical one. And I have no filters set up right now in OBS at all for this. So this is what you're hearing is just the basic mic, and that's it. The mic going through the Focusrite and then into OBS and out. In Windows, check your Scarlett and Yeti volume in the control panel is 100%. Okay, hold on. This. Oh, I closed that. Hold on. I have to reopen. Nope. Okay. That's under sound. So I guess we'll do Scarlett because I'm using that right now. Scarlett USB. Oh yeah, input volume is 54%. So we want to have maximum volume on the in Windows for this. Okay, this is if I'm 54%, if I turn that up, you're going to be blasted. Let me turn. Okay, we're going to get really quiet for a second. All right, I turned the gain way down, and I'm going to turn the. Oh, wait. Ad is about to start. Hold on. I can catch her. Snooze. I snoozed it for 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to turn that all the way up right now. And we're now at 100% volume for this mic. Scarlett's mic volume knob is an actual amp gain. You always want to use that when you can. Okay. Sound feels right now? Okay, good. So yeah, we have my 100% there, and then I'm peaking every once in a while into red, but besides that, I'm pretty solidly in yellow for this mic. I need a noise gate. Okay, I don't really know what I'm doing with noise gates. I usually just set up the default one and then later on turn it off when it starts breaking things. So hold on, let me try a noise gate for this. Noise gate. Okay, so this is a default noise gate that's added in right now. Brooks ASMR time. I mean, is it sounding that much better? Because like when I listen to it, obviously I listened to it with like where it started, and I was like, it sounds like pretty similar to the other microphone. It's pretty fine, right? Is there any other filters that I have? Let's see, what does OBS have? 3-band equalizer, compressor, expander, gain, invert polarity, limiter, noise suppression, upward compression, and then some plugins, which I don't have any plugins on my system. You don't need a compressor. Your mic is fine. Yeah, I guess the Focusrite itself is a compressor, right? So that's probably why I don't need it. Oh, you're gonna send a config screenshot over Discord. Nice. Let me. Get over there. All right. Oh, I'm using, okay, so they have something called AIR, AIR, and I have that selected. If I were to turn that off, this is now what it sounds like without it. And I remember I was reading the manual online when I eventually found it, and it said something about trying to like increase quality or like does something to the audio to make it better, supposedly, automatically. And so I just turned it on. It's been on the entire time. So this is with it's off right now, and then I'll turn it back on, and now it's on. There's also an instrument mode, but this is not an instrument. This is talking. That's that. AIR is just an impedance matcher for the mic. Okay. I don't really know what that means, but is it good? I assume it's good. You need to do that so the subtle quietness of stuff is preserved. Okay, so it's good. Now, the only negative to this position right now is that the front is slightly below, so I'm not talking in, I'm talking slightly into the side of the mic. I guess I could do this and twist it up a little bit. But it's falling over, and I don't know why. I think this, I think the arm is like okay, but not great. Oh, preserves the air of the sound. Well, that would explain why it's air. That is pretty cool. Okay, quick break right now. Apparently, OBS just decided to stop listening to the Red Scarlet, so I need to fix that in. So I'll be right back. All right. Well, that's cool. The first of all, welcome back. Sorry about that. I try to warn you all, but then apparently the this mic stopped working, which is not a great sign. I don't know why. I think it's because I plugged it into a USB hub that has too many things on it. So let me try plugging the Focusrite into a different hub. And no, not a different hub, directly into the computer. And then that hopefully would be better. So I will actually turn the gain of that all the way down just in case. And I'll turn this mic off too, just in case something there as well. And then I guess I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Is that really loud? I'm sorry about that. That just immediately kicked on as soon as I pressed the power button on Focusrite. Okay, so I remember why I plugged it into the hub. The cable that came with the Focusrite is extremely short, and I had to move some things around to actually get it to reach the USB ports on the computer, and also still be within relative reach of me, which is a hubs are always bad unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, that's a good idea. A good point. Okay. Hugh, hello. How are you doing today? Wait, did I say eduction? Education. Education. Thank you for that. Okay, and then also I lost my All right. Oh. Or Milo. So the first one I see is noise. Add that in. Okay. Here's Scarlet. Not that's called just noise, not noise gate. No. I don't have a noise. I just see noise gate, noise suppression. Those are the two things that have noise. I don't know about that one. Other one, okay, noise gate. We have the noise gate. Give your set to negative 50 dB. Oh, down below, all 50 dB. Okay, so that's my closed threshold now. Open threshold 40, slightly above that. We'll start with there, and then based upon how this feels, and you all complain about not being able to hear me start talking, or it cuts off too soon, then we can play around with that. Attack time, hold time, and release time are defaults. Okay. Okay, then we have the compressor. So that's the... Okay, so you're suggesting I don't need a compressor because... Or somebody was... Diablo, I think you were suggesting I don't need a compressor because I... For this mic, right? Compressor, not necessarily unless you go for the radio voice. I've never gone... I don't think I need to go for the radio voice type thing. Wait. I might have a different definition of radio. I think of the radio voice as like maybe more of like crackly or other things. What does radio voice mean? Like, are we talking about like sort of like deeper type of radio voice? Radio voice is where they turn the compression up the whole way. I don't know actually if I've... It's been so long since I've listened to anybody on radio that I don't really remember what that looks like. Sounds like. Oh, high quality and deep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. This mic is so good. Oh, thank you for that. Okay, so let's see other ones here. We have, so if I don't do... Oh, what was that first one again? So noise Okay, for noise, it was noise reduction, you said? I don't see a noise reduction either. Here, actually, you know what? I think I can share with you what this is. Where is it? It's because I have to add the microphone into the other scene. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear me. Okay, got it. Yeah, I totally, like, I forgot that. I just had to add that in. Okay, noise suppression is the thing I'm looking for. So, noise suppression. Oh, that's what it is. And then your suggestion was good quality, more CPU usage, which is this one. Yeah, which makes sense. Like the best one. I mean, it's the reason why I'm doing a separate computer for streaming as opposed for programming on is that I can spend extra CPU stuff for this. OBS needs a streamer education outreach program, you swear? Yeah, definitely. I think they do. You don't need noise gate and suppression. Really? I don't know enough about it one way or the other. Okay, and the last one was limiter. Limiters for when you get a big gain and you don't want to make the mixer go all red when you speak. Oh, it makes quiet stuff muted. Okay, noise gate is a reverse limiter. Okay, so because I remember back in the past, someone once said that they had set something up where they could scream and be really loud, and it still sounds the same volume as they're talking normally, and they can be taught quiet, and it still sounds the same voice, the sound volume as normal, and like sort of normalizes all of the volumes. So like brings it to equal. Is that what limiter is doing, or is that just limiters only for the top? The top. Limiter just for the top. So I can scream and be really loud and it still is here. Oh, it cuts off. Like it actually just stops listening at all. Normalizers normalize. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I don't think we have a normalizer. But okay, so between all right, so then the other thing that was suggested was okay, I don't need one. Good. Good mic position doesn't need fancy stuff. All right, well, hopefully this is a good mic position. It's actually, this one is closer to my mouth than the other one. And because the camera is pretty much at my eye level, it's, the microphone isn't in the way because I could put this like up a little bit more. If I touch this, is it going to be too much noise for you? No, not too bad. Except it falls down. That's not great. It's a front address. Because I did look that up. And right here is the back. So I have to be talking, the opposite is technically right now in front of me, but I have to be holding this because otherwise this arm is dropping it down, which is unfortunate. So I have to figure this out of like how to make this. Okay, I think this might be better. I plug this into the front of the computer now. Completely different USB port because I think maybe I'm running into the problem where I'm overloading the USB ports in the back. And because of fun power settings or something else, it just completely resets and stops and like just turns off something. Each port is individually powered. Well, it'll be individually powered, but I wonder if like the hub or whatever it's using behind the scenes is like getting overwhelmed or something. I don't know what's going on, but okay, I'm trying the front now and we'll see if that's working. There's no hub in it. Well, yeah, I don't know. This happened with, also, did I wreck my, Zilby wrecked my green screen. That's probably been there the entire time. Windows might be doing some power saving. Probably. Okay, so let me see. Where's the back now? Okay, back is here. So I am talking now into the front of it, but it's to the side of me slightly. Is this sounding decent still, or feels like it's not nearly as loud as it used to be? Like if the arm is too small, like too short for my desk too. Yeah, and I can't do that. I can't, like if I bring it to the side, it's too heavy for this arm. That kind of sucks. Oh, that's no fun. Okay. I will have to play. I might. Do any of you know of any good arms? Because if you know any good arms, I can buy. I can just go buy a better arm and use that. This is really not good. They all suck. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, is this like screwed on this way? Like, do I? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, so there is a screw, and it's not a hand screw. And it's a bolt, so I need a ratchet. I need like a ratchet to tighten the up and down, and that won't do anything about this falling this way. This just goes for up and down of this once I've got it put in place, but it feels like maybe oh, this is loose. That's the problem. Whoever had this arm before used it quite heavily. Oh, and I know something. Okay, that's not really working for me super well. Yeah, there are definitely several different music chain stores, and then I know somebody who was a professional musician in the past and sold stuff, was like a salesperson at Guitar Center. So I can go and talk to him and try to get that information. Okay, in Windows, you can open up the old control panel, type in the start menu, hit sound, and disable power saving for the mic. Okay, so hold on. Here's my mic. So here's the mic for this. I want to... Is it in here? No, it's not, because there's nothing else in here. The old control panel. Oh, hold on. Let me... Over here for safeties. Okay, this... I think I broke this entire thing because now I can't even get it to like be a proximity of a correct spot. That's really cool. A lot of computers just refuse to turn power off for USB ports because Windows keeps doing this. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna move the mic stand from the side of the desk up. Is it? I hope I'm not blasting your ears. And I'm gonna put it like really close to me. The mic is very far away from me now. Okay, where's the back? Okay, the back is over here, so hanging not great is okay. Yeah, whatever this thing is right here, that's really loose, which is not great. So I don't think I'm actually talking fully into the front of it, which is not fun and not what I'm supposed to do. But we're okay. So okay, if I open up old control, that I don't think opened up anything. Okay, so start control panel, click hardware and sound. Okay, so system. I don't see hardware. Am I in the wrong settings? Oh, Now I need to be careful hitting that. Hardware. Oh, the old Vista era thing named control panel. Okay. Hardware keyboard settings. That's not it. What was it called? Oh, actually just control panel as opposed to settings. That's it. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see this now. This looks familiar. Okay, so then I want hardware and sounds, view devices. Devices. Okay, Scarlett. Okay. Wait, where is this? Oh, manage audio devices. That's different than the actual set. Of course. Oh, that brought me back to settings again. That's what I want to do. Wait, so hardware and sound. Manage audio devices. Oh, okay. That brings up the really ancient design for Windows stuff. Okay, then I find Scarlett. Oh, recording. Scarlett. Properties? Wait, where is that? Oh. Then properties. No, that's not it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hold on. I found the thing, so I think I can bring back this. Here we go. So if we go back to I've got sound, manage audio devices. That brings me this recording. Scarlett. It's like trying to help a blind person, but you're the blind one. Yeah, that's great. Oh, Diablo, you put something in Discord. Okay, this arm position is gonna be weird to get used to. I wonder if I should put it to the left of me. Oh, I should probably do that because that's gonna be I'm right-handed, so I want to use my right arm for the mouse. Okay, so yeah, okay. So I found this. Now you said it's properties for you. And then open your background, click the listen tab. And hit continue running when on battery power. That's what it's on. So it's on that right now. I don't know why it just sort of shut off before, which kind of sucks. I don't know, maybe switching to a different port caused it to reset. Make sure the levels are 100% too. Yeah, so we're on 100% there. That's good. I don't really know what else I could do here. This is where I go to fix all the audio problems. Okay, so when I have them, I'll try to remember it. Oh, wait. Configure? Is that different? I pressed the button and nothing happened. Okay, I unplugged and replugged it back in. Well, you wonder if I have a shitty USB cable? That might be it. It's whatever came with the Focusrite. So that's what I'm using right now. I need a USB-C to USB-A. Actually, I don't need that, do I? I can probably use a USB-C to USB-C. I wonder, do I have one? Okay, so I have a third-party USB-C to USB-C. Let's try that. So unplugging again, we'll go mute, and yeah, fun stuff. Okay. The only way we'll know if this works is if it doesn't shut itself off again in a little bit. You remember when USB devices just worked? I know. I remember when USB devices were like brand new. And it's like, you mean my printer just works? I have to spend like an hour figuring out how to get that printer added, and half the time I just need to go buy a new printer? Things are better. All right. Thank you, Milo, and thank you, Diablo, for that. Hopefully this just, works. Your printer always worked before USB. I remember like my dad had purchased it was like the all-in-ones. It was those all-in-one printers. And then he switched to like Microsoft. It wasn't Vista. It was like one of the other ones. It was like after 98. Oh, he got 2000. He got Microsoft Windows 2000 because it was a business computer, and half the hardware he had didn't work, and that was great. Okay, so we'll play around with this and take a look. But how does this sound in general? Sound better? And in the meantime, it's gonna be up to me. I have to either found arguably better than the other. Okay, great. That's good to know. I mean, I could turn on the other and you can listen to me in stereo through two microphones. Um, but that's not as good. But okay, so with that all being said and done, Yeti already has stereo. No. We like because I'm sure it will be delayed by like half a millisecond, so it will just drive everybody absolutely insane, which will be fun. Okay, I've used up my snoozes, so ad break is going to start in less than a minute. So I'm going to let that run, and then I'll do the read for the script. So let's do a stretch break, walk around for a bit, and be back in a minute or so. So we will see you very shortly. Sounds better when I speak directly into the mic. Sound volume goes down when I look away. Oh, that's a good point. Also, the bottom is like over here, which I guess if I do this, I'm talking a lot more directly into it. Except now I think it's blocking my face, which is not great. Now I could do this and you can't see me. I'm hiding behind the mic. Peak Twitch streamer. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, if you can see the streamer's face, what's the point? Why are you even there? I can do this thing. I think this at least. No, it's still in front of me. That's so bad. That's so bad. We got to toggle to watch him not read error messages. Yeah, it's a thing, right? Okay. This is so loose. I bet like it's gonna fall off, like fall apart. I have another arm somewhere else, and I might be able to like, use parts of that to like bring it into this, but I don't really want to spend time on it. So right now we get sort of like kind of good mic, and I guess I'll turn the gain up on you to compensate for right now, even though that's not like great. So at least it can hear me from farther away. So that'll be as good as we can get done right now until I get a new arm, which is going to be on my to-do list. And I get more room in front of me. So I have to put the microphone right here. So anyways, how does it sound? Is it okay at least? Even though better will happen once I get a better arm. All right. So again, thank you, Diablo. Thank you, Milo, for helping out with this. Let's see. Diego, hello. So your stream, just wanted to jump in and say thanks for the UVids. You got really going in some project. Nice, excellent. I'm glad that those helped out. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick read on this, and we're going to sort of like see how we feel about it. And I guess with the read, I can have the blocking camera. I can do this. All right, so let's try this out. See how you feel about it. All right. I can't help. I don't want to hold it like that. Imagine we have multiple projects we're working on, and each has different environments. Some may be using the same language, but different version. Wait, I don't like the way that looks. That sounds. Okay, again, and have been created. Yeah. Let's see, created. Where is that? I know, now I have to look around this mic to see. So I have Twitch chat over here, and I have YouTube chat up there. So now I have to like go wee just to go look at that. That's fun. I really do think that the mic over here on this side is probably better and block the Discord, because I get a lot less messages over there. That's probably the best thing to do for it. Okay, pair that starts with Hybrooks. Oh, okay, this one. Okay, I have been creating. So yeah, that sounds good. So I have been creating over 30 articles along with 3.5. No, that's not what you're talking about. This one. And I've been creating education content for over 5 years. Got it. Diablo, you installed Helix. Let us know how it goes, or if it drives you absolutely insane. Step 1, edit config Helix, config Toml in Helix. Yes. True. Okay, let's try this again. Imagine that we have multiple projects that we're working on, and each of these projects have different environments. Some may be using the same language, but different versions of that language. Some of them need a database, but one of them needs Postgres version 12, another needs Postgres version 14. And let's say we're working on a team. We have multiple team members. We're all supposed to be using exactly the same language, the same libraries, the same database, but it's really easy to accidentally get out of sync with each other. Docker is one of the solutions for this. It allows us to create an environment that we can reproduce on every single computer that we want to run this on, and it's reproducible. This allows us also to match our production environment on our local dev environment as close as possible too. So if you're using something like Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, and your server, you can also have that locally on your system, regardless if you're running on a Mac, on a Windows system, or other flavor of Linux. Hi, I'm Brooks from Brooks Builds, and I have over 20 years of IT experience. I've been creating educational content for over 5 years. I've recently created a brand new course called Introduction to Docker. This course will get you set up and running whether or not you're a solo developer or you're bringing Docker to your team. I've created over 30 articles as part of this course with over 3.5 hours of videos, which will get you going and get you started and get you productive. If this course sounds interesting or helpful to you, I'd love for you to join our community on Discord, where you can connect with other developers, as well as, if you purchase the course, get access to a private channel. The course is available right now on my LMS at learning.brooksbuilds.com for $20 USD. The platform. Oh, Yeti mic kind of turned on. Does the thing have a supplemental power port? Which, yeah, but it's Yeti now because I turned that back on. Where would that be? Is that on the, is that on the Focusrite? Oh, next to the data port. Okay, let me try USB-C to the back. Okay, I'm going to turn off Yeti and see if the Scarlett turns back on. Yeah, we're back on in this again. Okay, the back of the... Okay, so I have the Focusrite... Why is it so hard? They print these on like so hard to read. Like on the red. Like I feel like I need a flashlight to actually like illuminate the text. Or maybe it's just my eyes. Because the rest of it is just Focusrite, which is not... Okay, I got the Scarlett Solo. On the rear, I have, line outputs and USB. And that's it. The front panel lower right. The front panel lower right is a monitor, right? It's for headphones. Hold on, I can actually show you if I'm careful with it. The ports are in the back. Solo is just one port. Okay. So yeah, so this is kind of... there. This is what I got. And then the back. You do not recommend the Solo. People keep on having issues with it. Oh, that's not good. Okay, yeah, I can get the 2i2 and play around with that. So here, let me add that to my to-do list. I don't know if I'll be able to return this one or not. It may be too late for that.
2i2 does isolated power that fixes USB power noise issues, but in your case, may just fix the whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know why. Like I had some problems with the. Okay, let me try something else. We're still working, right? Yeah, we're still working. Let me unplug one of the cameras because I'm not using it. Because I have had issues in the past where when I had too many things plugged in with USB, it caused some of them to just turn off and stop working. And I had unplug and replug it back in to work, which is exactly what we're having right now. So it might be that issue, which is fun. PC is a real PC, right? Not a laptop? Correct, yes. It is a desktop. But the other thing that I can do is I can get for the outputs for this. For the Solo, I could get... Can I do line outputs for it? I could probably do a line output. And that might work. The USB hub that I have that I had plugged into is a powered hub, and it's worked really well for other things in the past, but I may have too many things plugged into it also, which is a problem. Also can be a problem. But I am wondering if a line output would work for this. I don't have... What is it? It's like the 3mm or 5mm jacks. I don't have any of those. So I have to like get one of those where I can plug that in for left and right. That goes into a single 3.5. Oh, quarter inch to 3.5. That's what I need. Is that RCA? I don't remember what's that called. Okay, the big 3.5mm is quarter inch. Okay, so I want quarter inch. Yeah, it's not RCA. No, it's I have this Focusrite has the quarter inch, which I don't have anything that plugs into that. So I can't like monitor it or do anything else with it to check that out. So if I find a quarter inch to what is like the standard mini or micro or normal headphones jack? What's that called? I need quarter inch to that. And then I can plug that. Okay, 3.5. Okay, so I need a quarter inch to 3.5mm. And then that can plug into the desktop audio line in. And maybe that would work a lot better. Because then I'm not doing the sound over the same thing that the power is going. And that might be better audio quality as well. I am not an audiophile in the past. Like I've never really been like into audio that much. And so no, I do not have I don't even have a good pair of audio monitoring headphones. I don't have any audio monitoring headphones. It won't be better audio quality. The Solo is the only one that sucks, which unfortunately is the one I got. And unfortunately, I got it a while ago, so I don't think I can return it anymore, which also doesn't suck. Which also sucks, or is not good. But it does make me wonder whether or not the power over USB is causing the issues, or something else. Okay, that's the monitoring headphones, right? Oh, that's cool. I've tried in the past, by the way, to do the monitoring thing. where I listen, like on other people's setups, where I can listen to myself while I talk, and it broke my brain. Okay, I'll add this. Let's see, I can copy you. Okay, added to my list. No. All right. So that being said, back to this. I want to move this over here. Maybe above. All right, so the rest of these I'm sort of using as I'm not really following it directly, so I kind of want to like turn these into bullet points because I'm better at just like making stuff up as I go along. So this is really like breaking it off. It's like imagine we have multiple says different environments. Okay. That gives me that. I mean, the problem is Diablo. I don't know how people recommend that. Mostly because I've never really paid attention to the advertisements for those things, and I've never had anybody like actually trying to sell me audio equipment because I've never been in a position where I'm really like looking at that where somebody is like around who knows what they're talking about. Like pretty much now, like here, this is the first time that I'm in a position where like, oh, good audio equipment is good, huh? That's kind of fun. Never go to our headphones. You've been fighting a good fight there and you feel like I'm losing. That isn't that going to be true of like most places on the internet? I feel like it's just going to be like popular stuff. Okay, so then do that. So something that I miss from Vim is the horizontal search. like line search. Because like if I search, I turned the Yeti off when the Scarlett was working because I don't want them both listening at the same time. So I have it muted. But let me try unplugging the Yeti. Or you leave the Yeti on? Yeah, that makes sense. It's not the mic or the XLR cable clearly. Time happens around the same time every time. So there's something happening around it to cause it, which is weird. I mean, it could be software fault. Ooh, hold on. I do remember something about... In those settings... Okay, so clicked is allow applications to take exclusive control of this device. I'm going to uncheck that. And now okay, enabled, disabled. Okay, I tried disabling and enabling it, and that didn't cause it to go. Okay, turning that off and on again didn't do that. Okay, if I gonna power cycle the Focusrite. Oh, I heard the Microsoft little thing. Okay, and now that's back up and running, except I got both. Hold on. There we go. Now it's only audio on here. So, okay, with, I turned it off so that way it's not like, I wonder if like there was something where multiple things were trying to take the microphone for some reason. I don't know what that would be. It sounds slightly more pronounced. Okay, we're back to the red Scarlett. Nobody is wasaping. Nobody uses Wasapi casually. I don't know. We're reaching at this point in time. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. So that switch is badly named and explains nothing. That's probably what it is. It's just probably just nothing like that. But like at this point, I'm kind of like, I just did that. I turned it off and on. Turn it off and on again, wins again. Well, of course it always wins, but like you want to get to the point where you don't have to turn it off and on again. It doesn't even stop Wasapi. It just stops apps from changing the format, which like, okay, great. All right. So, that's good. I will, let's see, back to this. Luigi, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing today? And how was your stream? People have been begging OBS to support Wasapi, but it doesn't. Okay, that's fun. And Blah, welcome. I guess you've been here for a while and I've been responding to you, but I don't think I said hello. We had a tough debugging issue that turned out to be due to USB hub issue, and turning the hub off and on again fixed the bug in Linux. I do try to turn off the computer at the end of every night, so that way I run into as few on and off again problems during stream as possible. But this one is like an issue. So that's fun. Okay, so we're let's see. I'm sort of organizing this to make it easier for my brain to read out and like figure these things out. I'm not good at reading the script. I don't think I'm good at like actually just reading words that I've written out. I've broken my brain enough for like live coding that I just make stuff up as I'm going along. Like now I just want something like this. And like I won't read most of it. I'll just be like sort of using it as a guide. Or maybe it's like the 80 columns of me and it was too wide. And I'm just like making it compressed together, which will be easier to read. Actually, you know what? I think I want to take you and throw you in here as part of that. It's like I created the platform live on stream. Spam, hello. How are you doing today? I might be a chat GPT. That's probably what it is. I am an LLM. Oh, you saw the stream title about a Docker course. Nice. Yeah. We finished the Docker course. It's up on the LMS and is available for purchase right now. And it's good to go. Now I'm just trying to start figuring out we've been working on figuring out the advertisement part, which is a fun thing. All right, so then I can break these down and make it a lot less too. So imagine we have multiple projects working on each of the different environments. Okay, so I think that's decent. So I can do 20 years of IT experience. I've been creating content for over 5 years. Create a new course, introduction to Docker. Get up and running. Okay, so we can try this again. Is it suitable for you as an ML engineer? So what I would say for this course is it's good if you don't have any Docker experience or if you have very light Docker experience. If you're consider yourself like very good with Docker, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I am selling it for $20. So it's one of those things where if you're not sure, on my YouTube, I have the live streams where I created the course, and I sort of like joke that that's the free tier. But that's where I would suggest like go and just jump into a few of those, spot check like me creating them. And you can sort of get an idea of like, is this something you want? to spend your money on? Like, is it going to be good for you? Maybe it's good. You have no experience. You only are familiar with basics. So I think so. This is the page for it. So I will throw this in here. I can put that onto YouTube too. Let me open chat on this computer. All right, so take a look at that. Like, look here, I have like these are the articles that you get access to. And if this looks interesting and it's good to you and you have the money for it, then absolutely, yeah. Oh yes, Diablo, they do have themes. And what's really cool is that you can do theme, and then just all here, and I can just tab over and just like play around with them and just sort of see which ones I like. And they have tons of them. And those are just the ones you get by default. You can add more. Oh no, ad break just started. Okay. Ad time. All right, stretch. All right. And Twitch says that you're all back. We didn't do anything. I just sort of stared awkwardly at the camera. And we stretched a little bit. Okay. I know. You know what? I still don't understand why people don't make good ads. Like, good ads that are interesting to watch. Like, we've had some in the past. I don't understand why they don't do that. And, like, we're at the point where editors can probably do it. Just like hire some like YouTube and Twitch editors to like create some good ads. And that'd be great. That would be amazing. All right, let's do another take two and let's see how this one feels. Hopefully the microphone doesn't just immediately cut off in the middle of it because I don't notice it, even though it's like above me. I'm not like, I'm focusing on this here, so I don't see it. So that's going to be it. All right, let's, notice Twitch ads were really geared towards younger men. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's another question. So I have the ads on, I don't remember if I did ask before. I didn't get an answer. Do you prefer the 1.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes, or should we go back to the 3 minutes of ads every hour? You prefer 5/9 ads, even if it's more frequent. Yeah. I tend to miss it way more often when it's this fast because I just focus for a bunch of time. I'm missing the little signal going like ads are starting soon. And then it's a thing. I said that ads should start in chat. Do you get to see that notification that like ads are starting within a minute or so? If you have chat open? I hope you do. If you can't, then that kind of sucks. Didn't appear. Okay, so it's only for me, which kind of sucks. I wonder if there's other things I can unplug. Okay, I'm not using any. I'm using everything right now, so I can't unplug anything else. I've already unplugged the cat cam, so I'm not really sure what to do besides try to plug everything back into the USB ports again. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I might try buying that other Focusrite and see. Yeah, I don't think it's a power issue. Yeah, it happened on the powered hub too, which is like not great. So that's fun and not great. Nothing's great. Okay, so anyways, let's try running through this again, and then it'll be good. The trailer will be chef's kiss in terms of audio. Well, unless it keeps on shutting off in the middle of it, which is not great. Powered hubs also 100% ignore Windows broken USB suspend issues, so it's not an OS issue either. Okay. So if it's not an OS issue, unless I need... Wait, there's multiple... Okay, so there's multiple rated USB-C cables. I don't have any USB-C data cables. Wait, is it not? Okay, what was it? So I do know that there's some USB-C cables that are better for like high power, high data environments. Like for example, when I was working at a place and we did a lot of VR stuff, and there's some cables that worked with it and some that did not. And some ports that work with it and some ports that do not, which is all fun, like very fun. And makes me wonder if that solo's older than C. Well, it has, so it's a USB-C in the back of the solo of the Focusrite. It is now, yeah. Okay, so they swapped it, but board didn't change. Okay. I wish there was a separate power for the Focusrite. That would be so much better. It's designed to work off 500 milliamps. Is there a way to see if it is failing to like, I wonder if there's like some kind of brownout or whatever. Like my system is like somehow dropping the power for it, just like not all the way, just a little bit. It would probably not be great for me to like send it through the capture card. That would not be great too. The capture card is going through USB 3. That could also be potentially causing issues. I don't know. I mean, at this point in time, I'm just it's a lot of like stretching for like, hey, what's causing this issue? What could be causing this issue? It's not great. All right, but let's do another read for this and see if I can make this feel any better. Okay. I guess I don't also have to look at. Well, I guess it's a good idea for me to look at it. I can also we can bring this in and make it feel better. Where's my hanging out? Yeah, it didn't die. It didn't die. It remember that thing where you're supposed to add all the audio inputs to all the scenes you switch to? Kind of a good idea to do. Someone should figure out what, to do that. Yeah. Well, hey, that one felt better. I love that, Diablo. Such an impassioned speech. I hope Sunday Twitch adds audio. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. RAP, yeah. Okay. You're gonna have to learn to lip read, aren't you? It's this is why accessibility is important. Yeah, I should like the thing is captions wouldn't have worked because there was no audio source for captions to be generated from. It would have just been nothing. It's just gonna be me going like in the VOD too. Okay, so anyways, no name world. Hello. I think you've been here before. We've anyways, how are you doing today? Any promo code? I don't have a promo code. I can create one though. What would be a good promo code for like today? Because I could do one for like today or for all of you, and then just have it only exist for these. Lip reading LMs. I wouldn't be surprised if they exist already, because that sounds like the kind of thing somebody would have. Brooks can't mic 90. Yeah, exactly. All right. So what would be um oh, Hal reads the crew's lips because oh yeah, they do, don't they? It's been forever since I've seen that movie. I should rewatch it sometime. It's gonna feel different with LLMs everywhere now. And then who was it? Somebody was creating a LLM and it had like the classic black and white circle, no, black and red circle design. And I was like, you do realize that is that is like directly referencing a AI that goes crazy and tries to kill people, right? The acid trips. Yeah, I do remember watching it. I'm going like, is this the same movie? Okay, so if I go to you, I can create a code for this, especially one that like just works for today only. How do I create a... I've done it once before. And I don't remember where you go to create a what is it called? A discount thing? Oh, okay. It's whenever I'm not looking at OBS for a while. That's when it decides to go. You know what? We should time it. And then it would work. I mean, so like I can look up and see that there's no movement on the audio monitor. But I have to look up and see it, and it's like really small, and I don't see it, which is not great. And I moved the Yeti even farther away, so it's probably sounds even worse. Okay, I have no idea how to create a a a sort of like a discount code, like a promo code. I feel like, see, not quotes. Okay, not that. That. I don't think it shouldn't be under apps. Okay, I have just my normal dashboard. I can add a new view. I mean, I would imagine that it should be as part of the product, right? Oh, coupons. There it is. Oh, okay, got it. So I can do release day, like Docker release day. Intro to Docker release day. Oh, this will appear in customers' receipts. Okay, hold on. Introduction to Docker course release. Okay, so you'll generate an ID for me. What should I give off? I'm thinking 25%. Like I already feel like it's cheaper than most other things out there right now. Oh, Blah, so you've never seen. I would recommend seeing it just like Diablo is recommending because there are so many references to it. Like heck, if you've seen the Barbie movie, the cold open to Barbie is literally just like a huge reference. Oh, it's good? We're fine? I should probably do this for later, especially when the courses start getting more expensive. I'll do things like 25 or 50% off for like early purchase or something like that. Oh yeah, we hadn't landed on the moon yet. That's true too. There's a lot of things that they like. I do believe that that movie was actually the cause for people thinking that we filmed the moon landing on a set because they did the space stuff so good in the movie. But they didn't know what it was going to be like on a moon. And when you watch it, you're like, that's not how the moon works. And it's like, okay. They made some assumptions. If you were going to do it, you hire Kubrick. Yeah, that's true. Although nowadays, you'd probably just hire somebody else and there'd be explosions and lens flares and everything else on it. And they wouldn't play golf anymore. Now they would just like shoot a target or something. Helldivers 2 Moon. Okay, so I'm trying to create it. So I can do 25% for like if you purchase today. Duration, I could do once in multiple month. What? Oh, okay. Here's what I can do. Forever, live with the number of times this coupon can be redeemed. How many of you? So I see 10 on YouTube and sorry, 10 on Twitch, and YouTube is not. YouTube is hard to tell. I'll just do 10. The first 10 of you that purchase can get it. Okay, so create the coupon, 25% off. I think that the coupon is give this a shot. I think that that's the coupon. Either that or that's just the ID in in the Stripe database for it. And then, hey, Twitch, here's the coupon too. First 10 people do this, and if actually there's more of you who want to buy it, let me know, and I will get more. Oh yeah, and I can post that in Discord too. I did it for like the first 10 people. So, because I would love for it to be like, hey, first day or something like that. So, Docker course is released. First, oh, you know what I can do instead? Update coupon. Oh, I can only update the name. Can I update how many? Oh, I can never change. Okay, so apparently I can never change this one. So, all right. Well, Docker course is released. First 10 people who use the coupon that can get 25% there in Discord and on there. And let me know if that doesn't work. And I can actually keep an eye on it too. Okay, so there's that. Oh, kind of hard to find. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I should do. Books builds. Yeah, that's a good point. Put that there. Where's YouTube chat? There's for that too. And over in Discord. New site looks really nice. Yeah, all that updates, all those style changes, and plus it works on mobile generally. All right, ad break starting in 1 minute. So heads up for that. What? You got an error? Uh-oh. Oh, the code is invalid. Okay. All right. Also, I'm going to delete that message because it looks like you have, sorry, the image, because it looks like you have some private information on it.
I'll take a look. Okay, so I don't think that was the correct coupon. I've never, let's see. What is, so, okay, the coupon isn't apparently forever. Oh. I then have to add, I'm so confused by their like thing for this. Okay, so I create a coupon. Okay, I get it. Hold on. I then add a promotion code to the coupon. You'll generate one. Okay. Oh, I can add an expiration date. Oh, I get it. Okay, so I can basically say until okay, so if I do 12 a.m. There we go. That's the promotion code. Okay, that should be the promotion code. No, you can't. Sorry, you can't buy it. Blah. Like when you beta tested for me, like I got value out of that, so I have no problem giving that to you. Like it to me is you bought it through pain with your time and really terrible CSS that you had to deal with. That's my feeling on it. Okay, try this as the code. I think this should actually work. The UI and UX for Stripe is really terrible. I don't like it. All right, so I'm on the Yeti. I think that we get like 20 to 45 minutes on this mic when it's actually working. So I'm gonna try plugging it back in again. And we'll see if that is good. So I'm gonna preemptively go and try this again. Actually, I'm gonna preemptively unplug and replug in the cable to reset the focus rate because, you know, reasons. That was my Kindle dropping, which is fun. Maybe it's radon. Maybe there's just too much radiation down here, and we can blame that. All right, I'm gonna turn off you. Turn you back on, and now we're back to good mic again. Okay, let's try this again. This time we have me and this mic here. What if I can? Nope. Oh, I can do that. Except the back is. The back is over here now.
So I have to kind of hold you like this, which will be fine. I can hold you for the read. All right, let's try this again. Imagine that we have multiple projects that we're working on, and each of these has a different environment. Some may be using the same language, but they have different versions. Some of them may need databases. We might have something like one project that needs Postgres 12, another project needs Postgres 14. What if we're on a team and our team members are all supposed to have the same exact environment? We're trying to reproduce what we have in production, but we have developers who are on Windows machines, Macs, and Linux. And over time, the environments that we have, the libraries that we're using, the languages, the databases, they all sort of get out of sync. Some people will have 12, some people have 14, some people may even like have trouble just installing the database or everything else that we need, and just takes them several days to get onboarded and using everything. Docker is a solution for this. It allows us to create custom environments that are reproducible on each other's computers, regardless if we're running on a Mac or Windows or Linux. And it allows us, because of that, to reproduce, or at least get as close as we can to reproducing production in whatever environment that looks like. Hi, I'm Brooks from Brooks Builds. I have over 20 years experience doing software development and over 5 of those years doing educational content, both in a classroom and here on Twitch and YouTube. I have created a brand new course, Introduction to Docker. This course will get you set up and going and able to be productive with Docker, be it if you're a solo developer or on a team and bringing it to the rest of your team. As part of this course, I've created over 30 articles and over 3.5 hours of video that will walk you through everything that you need to know to get started with Docker and get going. And the platform that I have this on is an LMS that we've created live on stream together, and it is focused on delivering education as opposed to trying to sell you more courses. If this sounds interesting to you, or you have any questions, we'd love to have you join us. We have a community on Discord filled with software engineers, and if you purchase the course, we'll get you a private channel as well, just for that course. The course is available to purchase right now on the LMS at learning.brooksbuilds.com for $20 USD. Thank you so much, and we will see you next time. I feel like I repeat myself a few times. Like I repeat myself a few times when it comes to like the course somewhere. Like it didn't feel right. Like I feel pretty good about this. Feel pretty good about this. Okay, yeah, I'm repeating like, hey, whether or not you're sole developer or developer team, this course will get you up and running and productive. Oh, maybe this. This course will get you regardless of your experience. Okay, regardless of your experience with Docker, this course will get you up and running and productive. I think the emphasis got a bit monotonous towards the middle to the end. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like I was repeating myself. And I think that was, I think I lost some of the enthusiasm while I was talking due to that. I think vocally you might be able to emphasize the most important part of information at the end so people realize it's the summary call to action. Ooh, that's a good idea too. I wonder... Okay, because yeah, I am pretty boring when I'm talking about this. Like maybe I don't even have that. Maybe just have, we'd love to have you join the community on Discord, because like regardless, we'd love to have you join the community. There's other developers as well as if you purchase the course. Okay. So I like that. It's time for a hat. The only hat that I have is Exploration Hat. Which, where is Exploration Hat? It's not. Oh, it got knocked down behind the computer. This is my Exploration Hat. I am not wearing this at all in the course, like anywhere in the course. Hat, bad idea. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. If I had Zilby left, so I can't use Zilby to sell the course. I can go find him, but I don't think that's necessary. I think one more time though, and I think that'll be it. Let's see. You're trying to sign up and you're not receiving the verification email. Oh. I have it set for like after 10 minutes. If you didn't do the email and you try to log in again, it will try to send it again for you. And I have it sending from my own account as opposed to like their dev thing. So I can try figuring that out. It should be scripted and automated, but I don't. So I took a look. Helix doesn't have an API, and I didn't want to so I can't like force the change to happen in Helix. Like there's some manual thing that I need to do to like say either like, hey, reload config or update the thing, which is unfortunate. So that's the reason why I don't do that right now. I'm hoping that I eventually add in something for that. What is it called? It is SendGrid. Let me sign in SendGrid and make sure that they didn't like, I haven't like run out of emails. Because that would be really unfortunate if like today I ran out of emails. You have 20K points? Yeah. I want to figure out more things that we can do with channel points, like fun things. Okay. All right, this makes no sense. In my SendGrid dashboard, I have 100% delivery rate, which is great, and 150% open rate. Wow, what? How does that even work? Can I see where, let's see, stats. No, that's not helpful. Details. Okay. I don't see anything. Oh, account usage maybe? That like tells me if like they got to the point where they don't want to send me any more. Okay, I can do 100 emails per day. That's what it is. And I have it. Okay, 6 emails sent today. So it said it sent out 6 emails. Viewed multiple times probably isn't tracking per user token. Probably that would be compliant with European stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. And remember also, California and Europe are the same now. It's the law. So unfortunately, I don't know what I can do about that. Can I? I don't know if I can like try to send another verify account email. I guess like let me know if it doesn't come, or I assume that you're in one of the chats that you're listening to me. Maybe you're not. Which is why I don't even email my customers. Screw it. Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? If that continues to not work, I am let's see. I could check SendGrid to see if I need to set up any more DMARC stuff. I thought they were supposed to set up for me, and plus I signed up for like a different account that's also supposed to be good for that kind of stuff. So I thought maybe I can get away with not setting up DMARC myself and DKIM, which is all fun stuff you have to do with emails, and I hate dealing with that stuff. Are there? Let's see. I don't see any search in SendGrid where I can set something up for that. There's a setup guide. It's why you route through Microsoft. I'm routing through AWS. Okay. Finish my setup. Authenticate your sending domain. Oh, that's what I have. Okay, I haven't done that. That is the DMARC stuff. Or DKM. I forget which one it is. Which domain server name? I use Okay, bad mic again. That felt faster this time, didn't it? That felt it died quicker. Oh, and blah, you redeemed hydrate. I'm out of water. So I can take a quick break and go grab some water. I can try to grab Zilby too. Bring him down and say hi. Let me try unplugging the Focusrite for a bit. Let it cool down. So I will be right back. I guess I'll also just switch over to you too, so you can actually see all this stuff. So, all right, see you very shortly. All right, I'm back. Let's see the code. Hello. Has anybody else been able to see the stream but not connect to any website? No, that sounds weird. But if you're getting weird stuff like that, that is probably a DNS problem, because every time you get really weird stuff, DNS is usually the culprit. Meta Jezza, hello. Cute orange cat. Yeah, Zilby is a cute orange cat. And yeah, I muted again, which is I turned on the audio mic again. Yeah, I got something on my head. Yeah, exactly. What do you want? You want to... Oh, he's going to check out the new mic arm. Okay. Are you done? All right. Sylvie's done. Your cats would have eaten the pop guard. Oh, this thing? Yeah. Sylvie hasn't noticed it really. So eventually he might decide like, hey, if he could take this off, he would run off with it and have lots of fun. Okay, I am trying to log in as you. Okay, log in with my security key. I need to go to you. Okay, go to you. And you. And we need to create a bunch of records. And by we, I mean I. The mic is getting a bit of green screen flicker. Oh, interesting. I wonder why it would suddenly get that. Or if it's just the light from outside changed just enough. I can't really see it too much right. Oh, wait. Is it like if I move around, maybe that's what happens? Oh, it's probably Zilby messed it up, which he's gone now. Okay, chroma key. I'm actually not seeing. Nope, that's something like that, maybe. Hopefully that'll be better. Okay, let me reset. Oh, I already did reset. I turned off the Focusrite so it maybe gets cooled down or something. It doesn't feel hot or too hot. And now we should be back up with this. I mean, it's not really anything to try because we know that it's not OBS. Oh, wait. There was something with OBS. Last night, this happened to me and I didn't think it was a problem. And I restarted OBS and without having to unplug and plug it back in, it started working again. So maybe OBS is causing an issue. Okay, what if I just had mic auxiliary audio? And then you have dual me. Okay, that's true. I have to reset this. Okay, limiter noise gate back on this one. Okay, so trying a different audio thing. Oh, left ear only. Yep. I can fix that. Advanced audio. Where is that from? How about that? Oh, my head is looking sharper too. Perfect. Exactly. Okay, so we got good. All right, I need to set up. Post. Okay. Third. Call you.
to repeat that like 6 more times. Oh wait, did ads happen and I didn't even notice it. Sorry about that. It's that entire like happens off first. Oh, here's the demarc. That's a TXT record. Okay, got that in with out of these records. Okay, worked. Okay. Domain authentication verified. 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 Okay, so verified myself. Okay, so that should be good. Oh, Eclipse happened. That actually could work because I have an open window. Even though I'm in the basement, there's like that open emergency egress window, and there is light coming in from there. And so any light changes could change how the green screen looks. That could definitely cause issues. Okay, so I'm going to do one more read. I think that'll be good. Switch back over to myself looking large. Oh, that's fun. So the mic, I have the aux mic up and it just stopped working between. Hold on. It's the wrong main. Mac main. Huh. When I switched scenes, it stopped working with the other mic. Like exactly when I switched scenes. That's not great. That's a little bit weird. Okay, hold on. Hanging out. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're back on to the mic here. Yeah, I think maybe actually there might be a problem with my OBS. And OBS did update very recently. So maybe I have a weird issue with that. So maybe more, because I did not reboot, I think, since the OBS up. Could be an issue. Anyways, we're going to try another ad read here. Hopefully this is going to be the last one, because we've done this like 3 or 4 times. But we've been getting better each time. All right, so, and then regardless, I think this will be the end.
because I want to go outside and look at some of the shadows. And also I want to get some lunch because and it's after it's 1:20 so here. So with that, let's try this out. I think this is looking. Oh, I'm in the side. Of course I am. I have to do this entire thing so I sound good. Check NASA. What am I checking for NASA? Oh, for the eclipse. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been looking at that at all. I would imagine it would be fairly shortly after, like within an hour or two. But I'm probably not going to look at that right now. Probably soon. Okay, so that being said, let's go ahead and give this a shot. So, I'm a nerd educator. This should be my jam. I know. I even worked at NASA at one point in time. I used to have all this stuff up. I used to know all the places to go to it, and I just sort of lost it over time. I just got lazy. That's probably what it really is. Ooh. And I got old. Older. Okay, so this kind of works if I leave this arm here and I just don't touch it at all and it just sits up straight and doesn't like fall. So let's hope about that. But otherwise, I think this is fine. Okay, so let's do this. Imagine that we have multiple projects that we're working on. Each of them has different environments. Some of them may be using the same language, but they have different versions of that language that you need. Some of them need databases, but each of them, again, have different database needs. So what if we have like one project that needs, let's say something like Postgres version 12, and another needs Postgres version 14. And let's say you're switching back and forth between them really quickly, so you don't want to constantly uninstall and reinstall other databases. We might even be on a team. And on that team, we want all of our team members to have the exact same environment. We want, in fact, to replicate production as closely as possible. But over time, all of our team members will just sort of slowly get out of sync with whatever we have each other, and of course, also with what we have in production. And this is a problem because we might run into bugs or issues or other little problems due to just having different versions of libraries, of operating systems, of whatever it is. Well, Docker is a solution to this because it allows us to, as close as we can reasonably get, reproduce a single environment across all of our operating systems, regardless if we're on Mac, Windows, or Linux. And we can, I'll probably cut out a little bit there and just do a hard cut. Hi, I'm Brooks from Brooks Builds. I am the creator of a YouTube and Twitch channel where I do live streaming, where I create educational content, projects, and other fun stuff with code. And I have over 20 years of IT experience, including doing 5 of those being a content creator for education. I have created a brand new course, Introduction to Docker, which will get you completely set up with everything you need to get productive with Docker, regardless of how much or little experience that you have with it. As part of this course, we have over 30 articles and 3.5 hours of video that goes along with those articles that you use to learn this. And this is all hosted on an LMS platform that we've created here live on stream, where the focus is on the education as opposed to trying to sell you more courses. We'd love to have you join our community regardless if you purchase the course or not, where we have like-minded learners and software developers in Discord. And if you purchase the course, we'll get you set up with a private channel just for the rest of us learners who are taking the course. It is available right now on the LMS at learning.brooksbuilds.com for $20 US. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you online wherever it is. Bye. Yeah, I need to cut it down and reorder it a little bit. I feel like that's probably a good idea. I'm also getting tired, so I was like stumbling over things, which is always a thing. So I think, yeah, there's some stuff in there. Who you are should be the second idea. Okay, so like a move that around. So let's go back to you. Mic is still on. That's good. Yeah, so I can see that. Like moving you here. Yeah, I like that a lot more. I think I'm going to play around with this and like move this, like further dial it in. And then probably maybe tomorrow we'll do another ad read for it because I feel like we're close, but just not that close. Not that great. Why you, more why, what you provide. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And then call to action at the very end. Okay. So I am going to go ahead and head out of here for the day. I want to go grab some lunch. Maybe we'll step outside and look at some shadows. And besides that, I don't think I have anything else. I also have to like do other fun stuff. Yeah, soft call to action. Don't scare them. You will buy this course, otherwise you're a terrible person and you will never, ever, ever be good at Docker. This is the only way ever that you can possibly learn it. Too hard? Maybe a little bit? Us techs smell ads and we spook and run. Yeah, that's true. But I can't make this like... This is an ad. It's clear. But I'm also trying to do a like, hey, it's an ad and I'm a developer talking to you as a developer, right? Like it's a, hey, I'm not a marketing person. I don't know marketing. I don't know how to do that. It's just you and me in the room together. Okay. So I think we're going to go ahead. I'm going to call that done. I actually am talking to the front of the mic, so that's good. And I think I'm going to turn off everything so that tomorrow we can see whether or not, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off everything, check to see if there's any updates to anything, and then we'll try again with this entire setup tomorrow to see if it's better. So with that being said, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out today. Thank you for the purchasing the course, because I saw that a couple of them have happened. So thank you so much for that. Let's see. I see one redemption for the code. And I don't know how to see. I have to go into the payment links to actually like see what is up with that. That's always fun. Okay, payment link, introduction to Docker there. Yeah, then hopefully for everybody else who is having trouble verifying, hopefully everything else should do good. Oh, we can do a raid on NASA on Twitch. Ooh, yeah, that's true. NASA does streaming all the time now. I remember back in the day when I had to watch their stream on the NASA website. That was it. Also, sorry, Blah, I forgot to get water, so I'm going to refund you all that. All of that. Let me see. Yeah, I know. MPlayer. I think I used VLC a few times too. I want to go to twitch.tv. They should have put NASA on the front screen for this. Wait, I am following NASA. Okay, never mind. Okay, so with that, let's do our raid. NASA. Start the raid. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you if you purchased the course or if you're considering that. And regardless, whatever it is, thank you for being here. I will be back tomorrow for around 8 a.m. Mountain Time to continue working on the LMS, the course, deploying it, and getting all that fun stuff out of the way. If you run into any trouble, reach out on Discord, and I'll do my best to help out and figure things out. And with that, have a great rest of your day. Have a great time watching the what is it called? Stream. I got distracted by the sound. Oh no, we got a raid. Red and me. Welcome. Thank you so much for raiding. Unfortunately, we're just heading out right now, and I was about to raid NASA so that we can all watch the eclipse, which is ongoing. I think they're ongoing. They're doing some interviews and some other things for that. So with that, we're gonna all head to the sun, or at least sun in front of the moon, or something like that. And I will see you all next time. Thank you again, Metabe. Have a great rest of your day, everybody, and we will see you next time. Bye. And that's everybody on Twitch, YouTube. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and I will see you next time. Bye.